Does it look weird like this?
I will carry you right through the storm. When there's nowhere left to turn, nowhere to go, just know that I'll be here, you're not alone. I'll guide you, I'll find you. I will carry you, I will lift you up, I will be the light that's guiding you, that shines for you. I will hold you, guiding you.
I was a warrior, a member of a team. Served the people of the United States, even though they didn't respect me in or outside of my uniform, and I lived the Army values. I did always place the mission first. I never accepted defeat. I never quit. I never left a fallen comrade like you left me there to rot. I was disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior tasks and drills. I had always maintained my arms, my equipment, and myself. I was an expert and a professional. I was ready to deploy, engage, and destroy the enemies of the United States of America in close combat, although the enemies were right there in my backyard. I was a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I was found June 30th with my body disposed, burned, and dismembered. I was an American soldier.
All right. All right. Welcome, everyone out there.
Hello.
The baton has been officially passed. I am Lizza Monet Morales, one of the co-hosts for hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, the project, as well as the executive producer. And I would like to introduce you to my fellow co-hosts and producers. Today's live stream, as emotional as it was for us to put this together, is something I was extremely critical for each of us, something that we extremely felt passionate about. And we want to thank all of you at home for holding space and time today to be here with us, to fight for Vanessa, to remember Vanessa, and to celebrate Vanessa. What we would like to ask everyone that is watching is for you all to please share this stream. And we also want you to know that you are part of the conversation. So at any time during today, if you have questions, if you have comments, whether they're of support, whether they're in remembrance of her, by all means, please leave them in the comments for your chance to be featured. También mi gente que está hablando aquí en español, que está con nosotros, yo me llamo Lizza Monet Morales y aquí estoy con mi clase chingonas, que ahorita vamos a presentarlas, pero les queremos invitar a ustedes para saber que esta es la casa de usted, pero más importante para hoy es la casa de Vanessa Guillen y de su familia. Entonces, vamos a empezar el show. Si tienen un comentario, por favor, déjenlo. Tienen una pregunta, por favor, déjenlo en los comentarios, porque todo el mundo va a tener una oportunidad de estar aquí en la pantalla. So with that, Karina, I will pass the baton to you.
Hi. I'm very grateful to be here. I'm a little teared up whenever I see Kayla's video. It is something that just, how can you not get emotional, right? But like Liza said, I'm Karina Luna. I am an advocate. I'm, I guess, now an activist for Vanessa Guillen as well. I think that we all need to take up this cause as women in America. I'm grateful to be here. I'm really excited that within like a 3-week period, we women just kind of came together and we made this thing kind of happen. And we have been able to be blessed with the presence of the Guillen family, which we'll be on in a little bit, as well as, of course, a Texas representative and, of course, the family attorney. I'm just grateful that I'm able to lend my support to amplify this cause, because this has gone on for too long, and I'm going to get emotional. It's gone on for too long, and it needs to stop. And so I've done protests, I've signed petitions, I've done what else? What next? And so I'm grateful that we have come together, that people have listened to our voices and are willing to use this platform and time, not just to talk here in Los Angeles, but to reach somebody in a different state and hopefully in a different part of the globe, because we need to focus on reforming and rectifying this tragic disservice, this just injustice that happens to American citizens.
Great. Jess, we are passing the baton on to you.
Well, hello, everyone. I, as well, am super grateful and thankful to be here. This is just, it's such a cause for us to fight for. And I am just so grateful to have this room full of the women and men that have come aboard. And just to have these 3 women, Karina, Liza, and Zuleyka, all who are very passionate and have such big hearts that are full of empathy for every injustice that goes on. And this one in particular, I think, hit us all very differently, but in very humbly ways. And so I'm very proud to be here and to use my platform to educate, to encourage you, to motivate you, to help you use that voice that you have inside that you feel that you want to use. Maybe you don't know exactly how to, and maybe you're trying to find your way to use that voice. So we are here to empower you. We are here to be your platform, and to all those soldiers out there, we salute you and we are in your corner. And so I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Zuleyka.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zuleyka. First, I want to thank you all for your patience today. We were experiencing some technical difficulties, but we're here today. And so much work. I mean, even right before the show, we are just scrambling and trying to get everything done. So I'm just so grateful to be present with you in this moment. And I'm here to support Vanessa's case, Vanessa's family, but also to raise awareness about what's going on in the military. But I do want to point out that I am in no way here today to bash the military. I am thankful for your sacrifices and for your service. But I think that these are uncomfortable but important conversations that need to be had. And I think that as just a human being, it is our responsibility. As long as we have a voice and we have an able body, we should use that voice, right? We should make enough noise in the face of injustice, and eventually the government will have no option but to listen to us. So I just invite you to just listen intently today and be present and just listen to all the stories that are going to be shared today, because they are part of a very important and critical conversation. This is 2020. A lot has happened and more is still happening, but you know what? We have the time, and we are here to fight injustices. And I hope that you guys and you ladies are here today to want to do more. So thank you so much for being here today.
Great. So thank you, ladies. So what we would like to do first to kick off the show is just feels right. We want to ask everyone at home to take 1 minute to hold and pause for Vanessa in silence. Thank you. So with that, hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen. The project starts now. So many of you have seen what has been going on with Vanessa. I'm actually going to thank my fellow co-hosts and producers. We're going to see them a little bit later on. And right now, I'm very honored and excited to present, and introduce one of the women at the forefront. Vanessa's army, as you know, is now comprised not only by the Vanessa's family, the Guillen family at the forefront, but helping to lead that march is Vanessa's attorney. And we're very blessed to have Natalie with us today. So without further ado, I introduce you to Natalie.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. And I want to tell everyone out there, it means a lot to this family to bring awareness to this issue. And it obviously means a lot to me that everyone is chipping in and helping us progress forward with not only her legacy, but getting a bill in her honor and her name passed through legislation. When I first heard about Vanessa's case, you know, it like all of us, it bothered me. It felt like we needed something to do about this. A lot of my clients, they know what I do, and they said, Natalie, this is your kind of case. You can help this family. You got to get involved. And I said, you know, I heard about this case. I saw what happened. I said, but, you know, I can't do anything unless they reach out to me. And some of my clients, of course, reached out to the Guillen family and said, there's an attorney, you need to meet her and reach out to her. And I'm so thankful that they did. And I said, you know what, I'm on board. I'm going to do this, and I'll do it for free because I really believe in change, and I believe in reform, and I believe that this is necessary. And unfortunately, you lost, you know, well, at the time your sister was missing, but we're going to make sure that this gets fixed. And I put 110% into it since the minute I met them, and just been focused on the legislation, you know, the awareness, making sure that the military, the army is being straight with them. You know, you've probably seen a lot of our press conferences, and you've probably seen a lot of our doings. You know, I really believe in platforms like this where everybody knows about what's going on. You know, I believe in transparency. The reason I say that is without awareness, we don't get change. When people don't know the truth, they can't fix the problem. And when people know about what's going on, like you saw when, you know, back then gays couldn't get married. And then when people heard about that, or when that was brought to people's attention, they said, no, we're going to fight to change that. You know, it used to be separate was equal. Brown versus Board of Education, they used to say separate was equal, get in the back of the bus. And when it started becoming aware, when people knew about that story and people heard about it, there was change. Change only happens when there's awareness. And awareness always happens because of the media, because platforms like this, where everybody's part of the solution. And my biggest saying is, if you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem, because you let it happen and you didn't do anything. You didn't stand up. You didn't contribute when you could have. So I see everyone today. I think it's the most amazing movement that we have here. This is, I like how they say it's a Me Too for the military, but it's beyond that. Mm-hmm. It's all of us. It's all of us, not me. It's all of us. This is amazing. And what we can all do is we can say, hey, Congress, you know, change doesn't just happen when you post something or you text something or you scream at your friends about why they disagree with you. Change happens through legislation. You have to call your congressman, your congresswoman, your senator, and you say, I demand you to vote for and pass the hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen bill. Because you can't change anything until the law changes. The military is not going to change itself. The Army's not going to change itself. Fort Hood is not going to change itself. All these military bases aren't going to change themselves. They can only change if Congress writes law or policy to afford them the right to change, and they do it through powers of Congress. So a little background. When a Congress passes a law, that makes everybody have to abide by that law. The president can't write a law. A judge can't write a law. Only Congress can enact law. The president signs that bill, and that bill becomes the law. So we need everybody on board. That means the president, that means Congress, and that means you guys calling your congressmen and saying, I demand that you pass the I am Vanessa Guillen bill. You have to do it. Otherwise, they think they're going to get away with it and they don't have to do something. Because you know what? It is a big bill. It's demanding change. You know what kind of change we're asking for? Let me tell you about this bill. We're saying that if a woman or a man, a victim, is harassed, sexually assaulted, they no longer have to go through the command process, which is exactly what Vanessa feared. She feared being retaliated against. She feared being attacked, meaning, a lot of people, it's called character assassination. Attacked like you're a liar. That's not true. Or don't you love it when the military came and she already had been declared dead and they came back and they said, oh no, there was no sexual harassment.
That infuriated me. Of the throwing under the rug. And we have so many fellow survivors. I will be very forthright. I myself am a survivor, but I call it surviving of sexual assault and child molestation. And so I was very triggered when I saw what had happened with Vanessa, because there was a lot of parallels of when I came forward with people outside wanting to tell me it was in my imagination or I didn't know. So that was very triggering when we saw that the Army really came forth on the record to say that. And that is one of the things that we have so many of our fellow, military or Vanessa's military brothers and sisters coming forward today in support. Many of them who shared their story for the first time using that hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen to saying exactly what you're talking about, Natalie, of this is not just an isolated incident with Vanessa. It's something that's been going on for generations, to be quite frank. So what our motto was, and real mantra is keeping us forward with this, is that even though it didn't start with Vanessa, we could do everything to ensure that it ends with Vanessa, right? So one of the questions that we've seen coming up, and thank you so much for sharing about the bill as everyone's learning more. We're going to get into the March as well next week to discuss that. But one of the things that I wanted to ask is, and that some of our military survivors have asked, is this process going to still allow for the person in the military to still get the benefits that they need if they go outside of the military to report? Because as you know, there's a lot of loopholes in there where they do try to find different ways to mute anyone that does try to come forward. So this bill, what it does is it's still, when you talk about benefits, are you talking about like their healthcare benefits and such, or what do you ask? Yeah, and exterior and when they're on the outside, yep.
Absolutely. So this will cover the person, the victim's rights. Like they're going to have all their protections and all their benefits. Nothing's going to change. Obviously, if that changed, that would be retaliation, right? So we don't want to do that. Right. What we want to do is we're just adding an additional benefit to them, which is you don't have to go within your command and ask them for permission to go to get quote unquote reviewed. Like for example, right now she would have to go to a sharp person and report it to the sharp, and that's within your command. Nobody wants that. Nobody even wants a command. Like I'll tell you something. There's another bill out there that says you can go directly to the military justice system. Why are you going to anyone that's the person that you're accusing? Why are you going to You are saying the military's done this to me. Do you think the military is going to be fair? This is the fox in the hen house again. I don't care if you're talking about in the unit or in the military court. I'll tell you why I say this. Before Vanessa, unfortunately, had a lot of other sexual assault victims. One of them told me that when she went to the military court because she was raped by another person, he was a Delta guy. They did not want that happening. God forbid, we don't want a Delta guy going down. So what they did was they covered it up. They had the sexual sexual crime, the attorney that represented her, actually testify against my client. Talking about kangaroo court, the judge had the attorney that they had appointed her to testify against her. And you know what? That can only happen in military court. Only in military court. So why are we putting them back in the military court? Take them out of the system altogether and give them an impartial, of non-biased, a non-conflicted court or a review board that has nothing to do with the DOD or the military. So basically, if you worked for a bank or a hospital, and let's just say the hospital's name is ABC Hospital, right? And you get sexually harassed or assaulted by one of the people that work in your hospital, and probably even your boss. Would you go to your hospital and report this? No, because your hospital is going to be biased with the people that have been working there for a while. What the private sector allows for is you go to the EEOC, not the one in the military, but a independent EEOC, which is the Equal Opportunity Commission, and you tell them the story. That EEOC looks over everything and they say, oh, look, show me this evidence. I need this. What witnesses were there? That is a neutral third party that has no skin in the game reviewing your issue. And then they give you the right to sue. They said, you know what? Your rights were violated. You should be suing them. The DOD and the military is not going to tell you, guess what? Your rights were violated. I want you to sue me. No.
Right. Of course.
Them out altogether and give them an avenue that's completely separate and not have anything to do with the military or military justice system. Give them the separate avenue, and they can go to civilian court if they want to go court. They should have the same rights you and I are afforded.
Yes.
I can use a civilian court. They should be able to use a civilian court.
I love that. And I was going to say, I know we can go into this pretty deep, and so we're going to have you back also at the end of the show because we want to talk about the march. But before I let you go, my final question for now is, can we also talk about, is this bill going to address the restricted report versus unrestricted report for people at home that might not know that? That is another leverage point that is used. So I'm just curious if it'll be addressing that.
So it will be. And, we're going to have a lot of parts where it comes to the rulemaking where people are going to say, you know what, I have this one issue with the bill. Can you tell me with this restricted part or not restricted part? So right now we have the overarching bill that we're introducing. And when it comes to the passage of the bill, so first we got to focus on getting it passed. Getting it passed, it's signed into law. Then you get the rulemaking process, which says, hey, look, you got to focus on, if you haven't done it already yet, the restrictive versus not restrictive. Like, for example, a lady said to me, she emailed me, she said, well, I don't like the fact that this bill isn't doing this and this and this. I said, wait a second. You don't even know what the bill's saying because it hasn't even come out yet. So I know what the issues are because I represent so many sexual assault victims, military members, that they have gone, they're on my sounding board. Unfortunately, yes. Go to a victim to know what the problems are, right? So I go to my victims, I go to my clients, I say, what happened when you did this? Oh, this is the same thing I heard over here. That's a common denominator. That means we need to get rid of this issue, which is the command, which is the military court, which is everything. I'm scraping everything that has been biased or has caused our members, our victims, to feel enraged, denied justice, embarrassed. So when you're talking about restrictive, not restrictive, you can have that option. You could say, I don't want this to be disclosed. I want you to review this. So for example, you've been raped or you've been harassed by this one guy, and you go to them, you tell them. Then they go, you know what? I had 3 other complaints about this guy from other people. You should be aware of that. And now we need to bring this up to the Secretary of the Army. Remove him immediately. He is a poison in the community. So we don't have to worry about these culprits being in there and no one knows about their acts. It's all going to be part of a bank where they are held accountable to everybody, not just one person.
I love it. And we're so excited to have you here, and you're going to be back. Now, real quick, though, before you leave, one question that did come up from Jackie Thomas Ryan, or Rio, I'm sorry if I pronounced the last name, is they want to know if there's a document that we can sign and send to our Congress and our senators. Is that something that you're working on, that we can direct people to go somewhere?
I love that idea. You know what? Bring them. I like that idea. Let's do it.
So definitely we'll do that. So if you want to leave a comment, that'll be our homework. I'm all about homework for change. I give out hashtag homework for change on my platform, XOXO Liza, every single day. So we'll add that into the conveyor belt. That way we can really unite. I think the easier we make it for people to share their voice and lend their voice, the better, which is why we wanted to be here. So with that, Natalie, I want to thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to see you towards the end of the show. And yeah, so stay tuned. So you all, again, this is Natalie. She is at the forefront fighting with the family for justice for Vanessa. So Natalie, we'll see you soon. All right. So next up, I am, again, still so blown away by that intro. If you were here with us that we played, this next person that we have on today is actually an active military member right now, and she is a spoken word artist. She is known as Black Queen, and I would like to bring up Kayla Smith. Kayla.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Kayla. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
It's so great to see you. So first and foremost, I just want to thank you on behalf of all of us on the outside, if you will, looking in, how grateful we are for you taking the time to hold space for Vanessa. I know in speaking with Vanessa's family and with even her lawyer, we all, and even our team, all talked about just how impactful your video was, because you really embodied what we wanted to do here, is that everyone has a little piece of Vanessa within them, right? So I'd love to ask you, why is it that you felt, first of all, where you're stationed, you don't have to be too specific for security reasons, but you know, what arm of the military you're in, and why you were so moved to do that piece for Vanessa?
Okay, so I was very moved to do that piece for Vanessa. I'll start there first, because she was my fellow sister in arms. She was another person just like me, who was doing her job, who is serving the country, and seeing and hearing what had happened to her, it really broke me down, because, you know, when you're serving the country, when you're doing what need to be done and doing your job, it's very important that you're staying strong and being brave and serving with other people. And so serving with other people means that you have to be able to get along with other people and have to trust with other people. And it's really hard to trust somebody with your life, and then somebody takes your life and you're serving with them. So it really broke me down there. As far as what branch I'm in the Army, and right now I'm in Michigan.
That is great. So again, I think it's so fantastic in this piece. Now, one thing that you did do, and I'm sure I'd love to know, because I've seen your TikTok, right? Because your video did go viral. We have over 1 million views on it the last I checked. There were some people that were a little bit ignorant, I would say, because you did choose to wear your military uniform, which we really appreciated. That really made a statement. But some people were even, you know, again, just not as supportive. So can you share from your personal experience what type of sexual harassment you've had? I know that you enlisted at 19. Would you say, in your experience, what Vanessa went through with people walking in on showers, with there being a fear of retaliation, is that something that's foreign to you, or that you actually could relate to?
I can relate to it on a huge level. You're working with men all the time, and with that, you don't really have too much privacy, because they have it where if you're a soldier, you're a soldier. You don't have a sex or anything like that. You're a soldier, and that's it. And so with that, you know, you don't really get too much privacy, and they give you a little bit of privacy, and I'm going to say that very loosely, when it comes to being in the bathrooms and stuff every now and then. But even still with that, it's not very much at all.
That is amazing. I mean, again, and amazing in the fact that it helps tell the story that this is not an isolated incident, you know, and that is something that's really important for us to share. So before we go, I know that there is a little bit more of that video. We just got a snippet at the front, and I would love to give it to you because I know that you did prepare something for Vanessa, and I'd like to hold space and celebrate you and thank you. So Kayla, do share why you are an American soldier like Vanessa Guillen.
Well, I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior and member of a team. Despite them overlooking my sexual assault and the branch I swore to serve, I serve the people of the United States. Even though outside my uniform, I'm nothing more than an immigrant. I serve the people of the United States, soldiers who rather change the narrative of a peaceful protest against police brutality in the Black community at a football game than fight for justice over my murder. I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior and member of a team. I serve the people of the United States and live the Army values that my fellow officers and sergeants follow on a daily basis. Values that state loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, personal courage. That they care more about their loyalty of keeping my murder under wraps than their duty to protect and serve all people, including me. Selfless service to people they respect, not to a female enlisted soldier, honoring only the laws that matter to them, using integrity and courage in a justice system that doesn't protect their own. Personal courage, which you clearly have none, because no one stood up. No one cared. No one stopped them because you were all just too scared. I am an American soldier. I'm a warrior and member of a team. I serve the people of the United States and I live the Army values. I will always place the mission first. I will never accept defeat. I will never quit. Never quit fighting, even when you took my dignity. I will never quit. I will never leave a fallen comrade. And you left me there to die, only to be found months after being missing. I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior tasks and drills, yet I was never trained on how to fight for my life when being attacked by my own fellow soldiers. I will always maintain my arms, my equipment, and myself. I'm an expert. I'm a professional. I stand ready to deploy, engage, and destroy the enemies of the United States of America in close combat. American people see me and believe it was my clothes when I was in uniform. They say it was my personality because I was kind. They say I joined for my citizenship when I was born here. I fought for a country who isn't fighting for me. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I was an American soldier.
Kayla, every time, I just want to thank you for your service, not just in uniform, but to really stand up for your sister. Now, there is one question that's being asked before you leave. People want to know if you can share. Are there cameras in there in terms of when you're on a base to, protect you all, to see what's happening, or is that not a thing?
That is not a thing. I have never seen cameras inside of my unit. I've maybe seen cameras once, and that was in like our armory or anything like that, somewhere where we're protecting certain things. But even that, there may be one, and it's easy to shut them off. So it's very rare.
So that is definitely on the conveyor belt of things, of demands that we really need to ask for, is cameras to protect our soldiers, because clearly we have a war happening on domestic land as much as we do overseas.
Yes. It's,
all right. Well,
it's definitely something that happens here.
Yes. Well, thank you so much again for Kayla, for being here. You are indeed your name, Black Queen. I encourage everyone to follow her on Instagram as well as on TikTok. Keep making those videos. Keep using your voice. We appreciate you. Thank you, Kayla. Right. So we're going to keep it moving here. And I just, again, want to thank you and encourage you, everyone at home, if you haven't already, sign the petition. You have the link in the comments. You can definitely also support something that is very special to the Guillen family. As you know, there's a march happening next week in Washington, D.C., where Natalie and the family will be presenting the hashtag I am the Vanessa Guillen bill in DC for us to really bring change, for these soldiers to have a way to report sexual harassment and assault without fear of retaliation. The family is inviting you all to come out to the march and march from the Capitol to the White House. So it will be next week. We'll have more details a little bit later on. And we're sharing the GoFundMe, where if you want to support the family and support their efforts in putting on this march together, obviously there's costs with getting the stage, getting the permits and everything, then you can donate to the GoFundMe that we'll have in the comments. So without further ado, though, I do think it's time for us to listen to the Guillen family themselves. So first and foremost, I'm actually going to bring a young guerrera who may be young, but man, is she powerful. She has really been at the forefront of Vanessa's army with her fellow sister and her mother. I think it's safe to say we will follow wherever she takes us. She is a leader in her own right. She is definitely not only Vanessa's sister, but she is the sister of so many of us right now who are fighting. I think Vanessa is nothing short of proud of her. So without further ado, I'd like to present Lupe Guillen.
Hi.
Lupe, how are you, Mama?
I'm okay.
Yeah. So I want to thank you so much for being here. I see your shirt. Let's see, what does your shirt say?
It says Justice for Vanessa.
I love it. I love it. This is fantastic. This is amazing. So we have all gotten to know you and your family, which I think is so, it's bittersweet. I wish we would have met you and your family under different circumstances. That said, I appreciate how you have used your voice. You have used every platform available and have used the power of social media to really stand up and for your sister. So one of the things that that we want to do today and that we want to hold space for is we want people to know who your sister was out of uniform as much as who they've come to know who she was in uniform. So can you tell me a little bit about one of your favorite memories with Vanessa?
Well, I have many memories, but I'm very reserved when it's special memories. And I have this one memory It was last summer before when she came here to Houston. One time she took me to play and the field was closed. And so we were just like, what do we do? Do we go back home? And she was like, no, let's just jump the fence and work out together. And we played soccer the whole day. And then coming back, her car just got ruined because it was raining a lot that day. But yeah, like we went to eat. We were just spending the whole day together. And I was just getting to know her in one day because I didn't see her for like around 3 months when she went to training.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just special to me because like 3 months without seeing her, and just one day she comes back and she invites me and we were spending the whole day together.
I love that. Now, Lupe, one of the things that I know that you shared with me, which I think is so beautiful and I would love for people to know is, can you tell us when Vanessa was enlisted and got to Fort Hood and how she would spend every single weekend till, unfortunately, the last time we heard from her?
She was stationed, she came back to Texas December 2018, and that weekend we spent it together with my other two sisters. We went to eat, and it was just like you say, a girls' night. We're all together. But when she was stationed there, from Killeen to Houston is 3 hours, around 3 hours. There was no week that she didn't miss. That every Friday she used to drive all the way over here, and usually I was the ones to first see her from the kitchen window, or she would come to my room, or I would open the door with her. And every Friday I used to see her.
I love that. And I really want the people at home to hear that. No matter what, she would drive from the base to come see you all in Houston. And one thing that you said was it didn't matter how dangerous it was for her to be driving at night. She made that commitment because she loved you. She was a woman of your family. And that is something that I think is not only honorable, but it really goes to show her character. We're going to have Frida on with us as well, and your mom and your other sister, Myra. And that's one of the things that I know we've seen so much is that you all are a very tight-knit family.
Yes, Vanessa taught me that no matter what the people say, like, just ignore the negative things that they say, because people will always say something negative. But like, you never give up. And that's why I'm always here. I'm always fighting for her, because if I had a problem, she'll help me out. Or if I needed help, she'll help me out. And if I just needed something, she was there for me. And knowing that she was so committed to come just to see us, it's like I'm committed to fight for her. And I will never give up, because that's what she taught me. Never give up and keep going. Just stick it to your mind and go for it.
I love it. And go for it indeed is what's happening. Now, we know that you'll be heading out to DC next week. So again, we're encouraging everybody to show up for the march for her. You will be at that forefront with your family. And we're going to have you a little bit on later on in the show. But before we leave, I just want you to share with the audience at home, what do you want them to know about Vanessa and why they need to fight for her?
That to not only see her as a soldier that put her life on the line, but to see her as a powerful, brave woman, to see her as a teammate, a soccer player, because I see myself in her. I believe just like you see yourself in Vanessa. I feel that everyone see themselves in Vanessa, because she was very happy, and she is very happy because she's still with us, not physically, but spiritually. She's here with me, and she just a brave. She was always joking around. To remember her, talk about her, because my sister was taken away, but I'm never going to see her again. But it could have been your daughter, your sister, your friend, but yet it was my sister. So it shouldn't be just our Latino community. It shouldn't just be Republicans and Democrats. It shouldn't be a race issue. It should be a human issue, which it is. It should be everyone's issue. Like, everybody should be fighting for Vanessa, because she fought for us.
Exactly. And I love this comment from Erica saying we are all Vanessa Guillen, because I think that is exactly what it is that we all are Vanessa. And that's exactly why we're here today. You know, it was a very bittersweet way to meet you and your family, but I thank you, because The one thing I do know is that Vanessa's name is not going to be in vain. Not only are we going to get justice for Vanessa and committed to that fight, but that Vanessa will actually be the pivotal point that a lot of things change in the military.
Yes, because we all have a voice. I'm using my voice, and we can all make a change by, doesn't matter who, what, where you are. You're in California, I'm in Texas. It's like anyone can do something just by sharing, commenting, or talking about it with your friends and family, because this could happen to anyone, but yet it happened to Vanessa.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Lupe. We're going to get your other sister and your mom, and we're going to see you back a little bit later on. So everyone, Lupe Guillen, by all means, you can follow her on her socials as well at Exo Lupe, which I love, keeping it in comment as well. Lots of hugs and smiles to you, mamas. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, so we're going to now bring up Myra as well as Mama Guillen, but Myra is going to be with us first, which is Vanessa's other sister. Y ahí la veo, señora, atrás. Vamos a empezar con Myra. So, Myra, once again, thank you so much for being here, and thank you to your mom for being here. For everyone watching at home that is following the Find Vanessa Guillen page, thank you so much for being here. By all means, share the page. We want more people to see this, amplify it, leave comments, and really show up to support. You have the links to sign the petition, the links to donate to the GoFundMe for the march in DC in the comments. And as we all come here to stand together for Myra, I'm going to ask the same thing that I asked your sister, which is, what would you say you want people to know about Vanessa?
Hi, and thank you for having us and for doing all of this. Everyone already knows a lot about my sister, a lot about Vanessa and what she loved to do, who she was with uniform, who she was without a uniform. And she was just that person that cared for everyone. She just had a big heart. And, it's really hard for me to speak on it because we did spend most of our years together growing up. But she's just that person that you would want to meet, and she leaves a mark in your heart regardless, whether it was playing soccer, running the track, in school, doing projects, whatever it was.
Yes. Now, one thing that you mentioned is Vanessa was a big player on the field, right? In addition to being in the military, she was so active in our tribute video, which I know you all saw at the beginning. That is something that we wanted to capture. We're like, wow, Vanessa was doing it all. She was running track, she was playing soccer, and Frida, who's going to be a little bit later with us, also shared that story, how Vanessa was the first one on the field as soon as school got out. So do you remember Vanessa being that way when she was little? And can you share of when Vanessa decided she wanted to be part of the military?
Right. So, yeah, ever since she was, as far as I can remember, 10 years old, she would always be very active. We would always be playing outside, whatever sport it was. She would push me most of the time to go outside and play with her. But she's always been a very active person. And she started her dream to pursue in the military at about 10 to 12, and she would just mention it, playing around, and it took a lot of influence in her. That's something she wanted to do. She thought she could do so much more. She didn't just want to be sitting down working a normal job. She wanted to be honored. Wearing that uniform meant a lot to her until all of this happened, but it's just something she wanted to fight for our country, protect her family, protect everyone in general.
You could tell that she definitely was a shero and nothing less. And do you remember when you first heard that she wanted to join and was really serious about it? How did you and your family feel? Were you supportive knowing that Vanessa was a tough girl? Or did you all have any hesitations? Did you know that things like this were going on? Or were you just as shocked?
I was very shocked. I had no idea that the military had such a scary background, and it's a shame that it had to happen to my sister in order for all these doors to open and for everyone to realize that there's a serious problem. And it's, there's no words to describe the actions that those people took with my sister, but we can do something about it. We can all come together and find a solution and pursue it and honor her in the best way possible, because at the end of the day, she is the hero. All these girls are coming out, service women and men, that they had fear, and right now is the time to speak out.
I completely agree. Well, Myra, I want to thank you so much for being here with us. I know you're going to join us a little bit later, but I would like to pass the mic over to your mom. She too, just like you and, Lupe, has really been at the forefront. I think one of the things that touches me is that she has said she has embraced being Mama Guillen to so many that have used that hashtag, I am Vanessa Guillen, to stand up for them just as much as she's standing up for Vanessa.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, Mama Guillen, ahora queremos hablar con usted, si podemos.
Yeah.
Let's pass that over to her. Thank you, Myra. Hola, señora Guillen, ¿cómo está?
Pues todavía un poquito que no puedo asimilar lo que pasó con mi hija.
Sí, le quiero dar las gracias por estar aquí con nosotros hoy. Sé que no es nada fácil. Sé que lo que usted está pasando es una cosa que ningún padre debería de pasar. Pero lo que yo le quiero dar también las gracias de lo que nosotros hemos escuchado de mucha de la gente que ha estado también pues compartiendo la historia de ellos, de cómo ellos mismos son, Vanessa Guillen, que usted ya se ha hecho madre de ellas también. Y les damos el agradecimiento que usted misma ha dicho que sí, usted va a pelear no nomás para Vanessa, pero para otra gente que también esto está pasando.
Sí, yo no quiero ver que otra jovencita o jovencito le pase lo que le pasó a mi hija. Que a mi hija, desgraciadamente, mi hija ya no está con nosotros, y yo no quiero ver ya eso que siga pasando en esas jóvenes, en esos jóvenes, que si están pasando por lo mismo, acoso sexual o viceversa, que hablen, que no tengan miedo, ya no tengan miedo, ya alguien inocente murió, que fue mi niña, mi reina, mi cosa tan preciosa, para salvar a tanto joven, porque de aquí para adelante se va a salvar mucho joven de tanta maldad que existe en esas bases militares. Es una maldad, es una crueldad lo que hacen.
Ay, sí, señora, es el apoyo para usted es algo que yo negaré las fuerzas, es que me deja sin palabras. Yo le he rezado a la Virgen cada noche y que esté con ustedes, y yo de verdad pienso que Vanessa se ha hecho un ángel para nosotros, y me da tanta fuerza cuando yo la veo haciendo el rosario, porque usted sabe, para los otros latinos que tenemos la fe en Dios, sé que es muy difícil, pero como usted misma dijo, ahora que Vanessa no está con nosotros, ella nos puede cuidar a nosotros cuando ahorita estemos peleando por la justicia. Para la gente que está viendo, que también tenemos mucha gente en México, en Sudamérica y aquí también en los Estados Unidos, pues que son latinos, que ellos mismos se sienten invisibles, como este país a veces nos quiere hacer por ser latinos. ¿Qué consejo le podría decir o qué creo que usted sepa que ellos sepan de Vanessa, en que la fortaleza que uno tiene que tener en esta guerra? Porque es una guerra muy diferente de la guerra que entró Vanessa para pelear.
Exacto. Es una guerra con mucha crueldad. Es una guerra que mi hija prefirió callar de lo que estaba pasando a las espaldas. Le jugaron una traición a mi hija, esos miserables. Le jugaron una traición, que la traicionaron, porque ella juró ante la ceremonia que yo fui, juró al juramento de la patria, de honrar a su país, de defenderlo, de defender. Si había guerra, ella iba con dignidad, con orgullo. No fue así. Allí esos miserables acabaron con sus sueños, acabaron con sus ilusiones, con su juventud, con sus ganas de vivir, de ser madre. Y yo por eso le digo a la gente que no. Los latinos contamos ya en mayoría, ya no somos minoría, ya somos mayoría. Que salganos a defender nuestros derechos, conozcan nuestros derechos. Y yo, como madre de una latina que fue asesinada en una base militar que es del gobierno, yo no me detengo, yo sigo y nadie me va a detener. El único que me detiene es Dios. Dios es el único que me va a poder detener. Yo voy a seguir buscando justicia hasta que me entreguen en mi mano todos los miserables que tuvieron que ver con el asesinato de mi hija, no me importa quién sea, y que esa base sea cerrada, con tanta maldad que existe. Y los latinos que sigamos saliendo de la oscuridad, de pedir justicia, no nomás por lo de mi hija, por más cosas de injusticias que se pasan en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo. Basta de tanta maldad, basta, que sigamos, que salgamos a pelear por nuestros derechos. Yo no me detengo, yo soy latina, yo soy mexicana, a mucha honra, y ellos pensaron que se iban a tapar todo, como siempre se equivocaron, porque Dios está conmigo, Dios y María Santísima está conmigo, y a mí solamente ellos me podrán detener. Yo voy a seguir y voy a seguir hasta obtener la verdad, qué pasó allí y quién fue los responsables de lo que le pasó a mi hija, porque ese miserable que se suicidó, dice que se suicidó, es un títere, es un gato de ellos que mandaron por enfrente, y esa miserable que está en la cárcel, ahí se queda, en el nombre de Jesús, que ahí se pudre en la cárcel. Yo no voy a permitir que salga, ahí se queda. Y quiero a los demás, quiero a todos, los quiero a todos los que estuvieron implicados en el asesinato de una reina, de una princesa, de una inocente, de una niña, que desde chiquita, bella, hermosa, desde chiquita ella juraba que iba a ir al ejército y no le creía, desde chiquita sus sueños, defender a su país, su patria. Yo me vine embarazada de ella de México, traía 3 meses y medio de embarazo cuando pasé para acá con mi chiquita. ¿Y sabe qué digo ahora? ¿Por qué pasé? Mejor nunca hubiera pasado, allá me hubiera quedado en México. Pero el destino ya está escrito, el destino está escrito. Mi hija murió, y mi hija murió por una causa de esos miserables que no se dejó acosar, no se dejó engañar por ellos, no aceptó sus cochinadas, no aceptó lo que le propusieron, porque es una maldad lo que hicieron con esa niña tan inocente. Mi hija era tan inocente, limpia, pura, que lo puedo asegurar, por eso está donde está, por eso la gente la ama y la adora, porque mi hija es un verdadero ángel en el cielo, un verdadero ángel que murió para defender tanto muchachito, tanto joven, para que saliera la verdad a la luz de toda la porquería que existe en esas bases militares, toda la maldad que está saliendo de tanta joven, de tanto jovencito. Mi hija es historia, ya es historia, y ahí va a quedar en la historia de Estados Unidos y del mundo entero. A mí todas las mamás, millones de mamás, latinas, no latinas, estoy contigo. Mi hijo firmaba, no firma. Ya no van hasta que no te entreguen los culpables aquí, me dicen las madres, hasta que no caigan los verdaderos culpables y esa maldita base sea cerrada.
Mamá Guillen, yo le tengo que decir que es una inspiración escucharla hablar, y de verdad me da mucho recuerdo de mi abuelita, que igual ella me crió en decir que los hechos son los que hablan, ¿verdad? Y igual como usted dice, que yo tampoco, le voy a decir honestamente, yo tampoco no creo que él se mató. Y esa es parte de la evidencia que vamos a encontrar, a ver lo que se va a encontrar en esta lucha para justicia. Sé que van a ir la próxima semana pues a Washington, D.C. para presentar este bill que de verdad va a ayudar a otra gente, para no nomás recordar de su reina, pero de verdad poder traer cambio para la gente que de verdad siente que no tiene voz. Y como usted misma dice, siendo un latino y siendo latina en este país, hay veces ellos quieren que sepamos que piensemos que somos invisibles, y ese tiempo se ha acabado. Ya no somos invisibles, ya basta. Entonces le quiero dar las gracias a usted, la quiero hasta el tiempo más pronto que la pueda venir a abrazar. Yo sé que todo lo que está pasando con el virus, pero estamos nosotros con usted en Soldados para Vanessa, para seguir peleando para esta justicia. Sé que va a regresar con nosotros al acabar del show, pero nomás quería pues tener este tiempo con usted. Los comentarios, igual como usted está diciendo, están entrando ahorita de apoyo para usted y para su familia. Antes que la deje ir ahorita, nomás quiero una última pregunta para usted, y me dio qué emoción saber que cruzó usted para acá a los Estados Unidos cuando estaba embarazada. Para usted, ¿qué es la memoria favorita que tiene de Vanessa de chica? Que la gente en la casa a lo mejor no sabe porque la conocen de la guerrera, pero ¿qué memoria tiene de ella de chiquita, de cuando pues era inocente y tenías una vida adelante de ella lleno de sueños?
De chiquita, de que era muy hiperactiva y que siempre le gustó el soccer desde chiquitita. Desde chiquitita era muy hiperactiva, y ella a los 6 años yo, cuando ella tenía 6 años, yo tuve a mi Manuelito, tenía aproximadamente como 10 días de nacido y que yo estaba descuidada allá en la cocina y que ella agarró el niño, los abajó de la cuna y se me fue la sangre hasta los talones. Le dije, mija, dice, sí pude, mami, sí pude. Y agarró el niño recién naciditito y tenía 6 años, ella. Le dije, mija de mi vida, ¿cómo lo bajaste? Dice, sí pude, mami, siempre voy a poder. Ese día me quedé yo, ¿por qué mi hija dice eso? ¿Por qué dice, sí pude, soy valiente, soy valiente? Yo me quedé así en shock, porque mi hija siempre decía que ella podía, y siempre pudo, y porque pudo, mi hija quedó en la historia, porque pudo.
Y va a poder, sí, eso me dio ahorita todo cosquillas a que, wow, y igual que dice que la historia está escrita, ¿verdad? Desde ella de chiquita tuvo pues un método, ¿verdad? De estar aquí, una meta que estar en esta vida, y pues bueno, para mí es un honor poder estar aquí con usted y con todos los demás de estándar aquí que están peleando para la lucha para su hija, y de nuevo le doy las gracias, y como en una hora la vamos a ver de nuevo, ¿ok?
¿Sabe qué? ¿Sabe qué? Que le encantan los niños, a ella le encantaban los niños.
¿De
Ella le
verdad?
encantaban, ella quería ser madre. Yo la llevé al ginecólogo 3 meses atrás, que tenía preocupación. Dijo el ginecólogo, estás perfecta para ser madre. Ella se alegró tanto, dijo, mami, voy a ser mamá. Sí, le dije, sí, mi hija, vas a ser mamá. Pero esos miserables le arrancaron sus sueños. Por eso la sueño yo con muchos niños. Salva a esos niños, salva a esos niños. ¿Cuáles niños, mija? ¿Cuáles? Sálvalos, mami, sálvalos. Yo sé cuáles niños se refiere. Yo sé cuáles niños se refiere. Yo voy a hablar con el presidente. Si Dios permite que yo hable, yo sé cuáles niños se refieren, mija.
Sí. Oiga, pero que de verdad, qué poder, que sí va a ser ella igual como usted, que ella ahora va a ser mamá para todos los niños pues que están en esos mismos zapatos, ¿verdad? Sí. Y sabe que me da me recuerda de preguntarle también, y antes que me la deje ir, es ¿cuándo fue? Porque mucha gente dice, ¿sí le contó a Vanessa, su mamá, o no, que habían problemas? ¿A usted cuándo le contó a Vanessa que había algo que estaba pasando, de cómo la estaban tratando?
Ella empezó a partir de los 6 meses de que estaba en esa base militar. A partir de los 6 meses la noté rara. Yo le insistía, hasta que se llegó, que ya de plano ya la cansé y ya de plano me miró mal. Fue en febrero de este año, era febrero 8, un sábado, que yo siempre recuerdo las fechas desde que tenía 5 años yo, y me dijo ya la verdad, que estaba siendo acosada sexualmente por un sargento, no por un gato, por un sargento. Por eso digo, ellos echan la soga al cuello, por un sargento, no por un gato como el miserable dice que se suicidó, por un sargento. Yo por eso pido cárcel para todos los sargentos que estaban conmigo mandándola, a Booker, a Castillo, a todos ellos pido cárcel para Rivera, para Edward Aragón que me acosó en el teléfono muchas veces. Tengo pruebas que me habló muchas veces a mí para ofrecerme casa, hotel, comida. Pido cárcel para esos miserables y que se investiguen, y de ahí va a salir la verdad. De ahí va a salir, ¿quién de todos son miserables? ¿O todos acosaban a mi hija? ¿Quién de todos son miserables? Tuvo que ver. Aparte hay alguien más de arriba. Yo quiero dar la verdad, y yo voy a dar la verdad. Con Jesús por delante, María Santísima, que yo voy a dar la verdad.
Eso sí, pues la lucha sigue. De nuevo, le doy las gracias, señora Guillen. La vamos a ver como en una hora de nuevo, ¿ok?
Ok, muchísimas gracias, les agradezco, y que sigan apoyando en la lucha.
Sí, siempre aquí estoy a la orden para usted y para su familia.
Ok, amén, así sea.
Okay. Gracias. Wow. I think it's safe to say that you don't even need to understand English to understand the passion, the fight, the vigor that as a mom she has to not only fight for Vanessa, but for everybody else, men, women in Vanessa's shoes. So with that, we definitely want to bring on some of our other surf thrivers today, as well as our special guests. So I'm going to pass it over to one of my co-hosts and fellow producers, Jess Meza. Come on up.
Hi, wow. That was
right.
Gosh, she got me. She's so full of strength and just wisdom, and I couldn't even imagine being in her position and having the strength that she has, and just all those memories that she has of Vanessa, and Vanessa wanting to be a mom. just whew, really got me.
And it's her sisters, her two sisters. I'm like, wow, Vanessa, you train them to be warriors in this fight. And that to me is such a blessing. So I am going to pass the baton to you, Jess, and I'll see you again soon.
Okay. Well, wow, you guys, everyone watching, I'm sure you were all impacted, even if, like Liza said, even if you didn't understand Spanish, you can see the pain and the strength in Vanessa's mother's eyes and her sisters and what warriors that she raised them in. But moving on, I want to bring on a special guest. She's a really dear friend of mine. She's an actress. Some of you may know her from If Loving You Is Wrong on Tyler Perry's own network. And also she was on The Oath as well. And I want to bring her on. She served in the military as well. And this is my friend Zuleyka. I want to bring her on.
Hi, Jess.
I think she's...
Hi.
I don't know if I'm having network problems.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yes, I see you, Zuleyka. Jess, you let us know when we can see you. The good old internet. Gotta love those internet fairies. Zuleyka, thank you so much for joining us. If you want to share, I mean, you just saw you were backstage and got to hear Mama Guillen, what that meant and what it meant to hear, you know, Vanessa's story and why you wanted to be involved and speak up for her.
Thank you, first of all, so much for having me, guys. I'm completely honored and so happy to be here. And now my whole body's shaking just seeing La Señora Guillen speaking. And before I get started on my part of the story, I want to send her, en español se lo voy a decir, Señora Guillen, le quiero mandar un abrazo muy grande. Un abrazo lleno de fuerza y de mucho amor. Porque yo sé que usted ahorita está pasando un momento muy, muy duro, muy fuerte, y le quiero decir que usted no está sola, que todos nosotros sentimos el dolor que usted sintió, que no el dolor suyo, usted es su madre, pero que todos estamos luchando por ella y te mandamos todo el amor, todo el apoyo y toda la fuerza que vas a necesitar para seguir adelante con la lucha para la justicia para tu hija tan linda que era. Un besito.
I love that message. Yeah, listening to her speak and really listening to all her daughters, you can tell what a classy chingona she is as a mom, as a wife, as a warrior. And I can't even imagine being in her shoes. And yet somehow she has the strength to pick up, speak up, and fight. And so for that, I wanted to say you too are using your voice in speaking up. And I would love to defer to you as to why this story touched you and why it was important for you to speak on it.
Well, yes. Well, before I get started, I want to say that I know I just said that, but I'm going to say it again. My intention and the reason that I'm here is because I feel a strong need to advocate for this bill, for Vanessa, for justice for Vanessa, but also for reform for an organization that is of extreme importance, that's essential to our nation. And if it doesn't work, more people are going to get hurt and it's going to get more dangerous. So having said that, Vanessa's story impacted me in a major, major way. I too, like Vanessa, joined the Army at a very young age. Her reasons were probably different from mine, or maybe they were similar in some way. But the point is that when you join the military as a young, unexperienced woman with hopes and dreams and goals, you expect that you're going to be met with a level of respect and love and care within such an organization. What I witnessed very early on, like I'm sure Vanessa witnessed very early on, which consequently led to where we are now, is a very dangerous culture of a hierarchy, a patriarchy that has been deep-rooted and long-running. And that has to end if we're going to protect women, not just women, if we're going to protect our most valuable resources, women who join the Army to serve, to protect, and to be of service. So I wanted to shine some light on what I mean by a culture that is deep-rooted and long-running. I remember as a young soldier, doing simple things. I smile when I'm nervous. I'm not smiling now because this isn't a smiling situation, but I remember standing in a formation and smiling because my rucksack was so heavy on me. I weighed maybe 118 pounds at the time, soaking wet. And there was a drill sergeant who yelled something very sexually driven and just downright inappropriate, an inch from my face, in public, in front of young soldiers who are also young male soldiers who are very impressionable. So there is a culture that kind of allows for that kind of treatment of women. I remember, being told, that I was too pretty, or that my hair was the same color it is now back then, and they called me Goldie. There were all these sexually driven, sexual innuendo, sexual situations that to me were so public and made so outrageous and normalized that my 20-year-old self said, oh, okay, I guess this is the way that this is going to be. This is the way it's supposed to be because this is just the status quo. This is how it's going to be. So I made an agreement with myself, and subconsciously I made an agreement with myself, because I didn't, for years after different experiences happened, really go back to that time and think to myself, why did I make those agreements with myself? Why did I believe that it was okay to have a stalker or not, report him? It's because it's embedded in you, and it's embedded in soldiers in young people's minds, that this is accepted, it's expected, and that's just the way that it is. And that's very dangerous when you have young 20-year-old, men joining the Army, and they're seeing their higher ups speaking about to women in ways that are not being balanced and checked and called upon. So to me, I feel that confidence, yes, you go into the Army, you depending on the kind of family that you grew up into, you have a strong sense of self, you're not going to take crap from anyone. But when you get there and you see that that's a normalized culture, that changes in you. I thought I was super strong. I came from a family that showed me a lot of love. My father never spoke to me in those ways. Even though I come from a place of divorce and there were problems, but I come from a family which inculcated a lot of love in me. Then I get there and I'm treated in this way, and I made an agreement that that's just the way that it is, and that's not okay, and that needs to change. I feel that young women in the military need to be empowered to speak, to use the buddy system to speak up. I didn't even do that because I didn't want to call attention to myself. I was like, oh yeah, there's this guy following me, but it's not a big deal. If it weren't for other people looking out for me, and because I had a female NCO that was above me that took care of me and was genuinely concerned for me, that who knows what would have happened, because I did end up going into a
I was going to say, I think you bring up a key point that we're going to have some of our other survivors talking about, that it's the leadership. We actually have Brianna Hightower actually coming right after and speaking on that, on the importance of the leadership, where in her case, her leadership helped her and advocate for her. But in her sister's case, who was also enlisted and unfortunately was raped, she did not have that same type of leadership, and they had dire circumstances as a result. So it is interesting that when you have a system—
there are good people in the military. There are good leaders, but the ones that aren't are the ones that we need. These things cannot go unbalanced, unchecked.
Yes, so and I think that's important to notate that. I love what Chris Rock said, that there's some jobs that you just can't have bad apples, right? Like someone that's flying a plane as a pilot, you can't be like, well, he crashes only 3 planes a year, so we got to say that everyone's right. You're like, no, actually, that's the problem. 1 plane is too many. So in this type of situation, this is one of those jobs where you can't have any bad apples. And so this is why we're here to support the bill. This is why we're here to share and amplify Vanessa's story as well as other survivors. So I personally want to thank you, Zuley, for being here. I'm going to pass you over to Jessica, who is back with us. So Jess, take it away.
Thanks for understanding my technical difficulties over here.
I know we didn't fix them yet, but you're back. We're good.
We're back. You know, I know you did say how you felt so lucky that you had a fellow NCO as a friend, because you felt like Vanessa didn't have someone to go to. And you felt like that's what sort of saved you when you were in that service.
Absolutely. I ended up living in her home. And I don't know what the protocol would have been if I didn't have that. Would it, you know, is there a protocol in place for that? Is there a safe haven for women who are being, you know, attacked or you know, followed? What is the protocol? I don't know that that was a proper Army protocol, but that's what ended up happening. And then shortly thereafter, I left the military, and I just got but I never really thought about the magnitude of that experience and what it was, because going back to the culture is that I thought that's just the way that it was. And I was—
You thought it was normal. It was normal behavior. And that's what we're getting from all of the survivors that we've been speaking to. Everyone has commented on how toxic, you know, the environment was, and how normal it was, and how you mentioned before that you were, you know, too pretty. And we're finding that as something that's a common denominator with so many of these women that are coming forward. And I feel like, you know, there have even been survivors that have spoken about having bets placed on them of, you know, who was going to end up sleeping with one of them or not. And this is something that is, you know, has just been repeatedly going on in these stories. And it's just unfortunate that it happens. And in your case, I'm so thankful that you had someone to turn to. You know, even if it wasn't protocol. I mean, even if she was violating protocol, it was because you were her sister in arms.
Sergeant First Class Jones, I'm still in touch with her. God bless her. She was the sexiest, classiest NCO. She was sharp, but she was tough. And she had my back from beginning to end, and I just got lucky. And it's sad that everyone doesn't get to tell their story.
Yeah. Was there anything about, I mean, obviously I know you relate to Vanessa in the sense that you both served, but was there anything else about Vanessa's story that just really hit home for you?
Well, yeah, Vanessa is a Latina girl just like me. She's from immigrant parents just like me. It's, you know, our parents come here with this big their version of their American dream. My parents, you know, weren't too excited about me going to the military, but they were okay with it. So it's heartbreaking to me to hear Vanessa's mom speak about how this was like her dream, you know, and it's heartbreaking that her dream turned out to be her end. It's devastating.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, it's been a very emotional 2 weeks for us listening and getting to know Vanessa.
I just want to add something just before I forget, because I wanted to say this before. The problem is so big up at the top that you have high-ranking female individuals, high-ranking female officers saying things like, oh, now we're supposed to feel bad for you because just get over it. This is just the way that it is. And that to me is the problem on a big scale. When you have female leadership speaking publicly in this manner, there's something that has to, and that tells me that the Army can no longer police themselves. And that's really all that I wanted to come on here and say. I think they can no longer continue to police themselves because it's obviously not working. And two, that kind of leadership needs to end. It's not just men, it's women too.
That is something that we're definitely going to get into, because that's another common denominator that we've come across as well. But I just want to thank you, you know, first and foremost, I love you, and thank you for your service. I thank you for coming on here and being so transparent with us, and just advocating for Vanessa and using your voice as well, because that is what we need to do, stand together, united, not only as women, but as people. And so I just want to thank you for that. And you guys everyone make sure you follow her. She's a wonderful, beautiful actress and very intelligent and uses her voice. So thank you very much.
I love you so much. This is beautiful. I'm so proud of you. Thank you guys for having me.
Yes, and I'm going to go ahead and pass on the baton again over to Karina is going to come on. Hi. I don't know. Okay, I was like, please don't tell me it's me again.
It's such a hard conversation, you know. It's a hard conversation, you know. Like I said earlier, you know, we don't want to bash the military. This is definitely something that this country needs, and we're very proud of having service people who dedicate themselves to our freedom, you know. But what makes me specifically angry is that we're doing just that. We're giving, you know, we as a people, Black, brown, immigrants, we are giving our people to this country who cannot take care of these people. So before they even leave to go fight a foreign war or a battle, like, it's heartbreaking, and it's enraging to think that they have to fight a domestic battle on an American base where you should be protected. You know,
they're fighting two different wars.
Listen,
the war within their base and the war outside.
Listen, we talked about this too before I bring up Bree. It's like they take better care of their guns and their ammo than they do their soldiers.
Yeah.
And that's something that we have been seeing more and more as we speak to a lot of these survivors. And it's like I said, I'm very vocal. I'm very animated.
Yeah.
Don't take this you know, this energy as like I take this lightly. I do not. A lot of you all who know me, and those of you who don't know, you're like, wait a minute, hold on, she's really, you know, vibrant out here. I'm really on fire because this needs to stop.
Yes.
You know, and especially when you see people like Vanessa, when you hear another Rebecca, who we'll have on shortly, you hear these people, first generation Mexican Americans, you hear these stories where they feel like this is they're gonna proudly serve their country. I don't want my parents to be a field worker anymore. I want to go to college. I want to, and they with pleasure, proud, go enlist.
Well, they have the benefits. I mean, they have amazing benefits, which is something that we've continued to see across the board. Is everyone wants the benefits. They want to travel. They want the education, because that's what we want, the American dream, right? Get an education, have great benefits, you know, go to a great school, have a white picket fence and a family. And I think that is what we're finding here is they enter and they enlist with this pride of I'm going to represent my country and get all these benefits so I can make a better life for myself and my family. And then there's all these other wars that they have to fight within that they had no idea were coming towards them.
And with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring on Brianna Hightower. Thank you so much, Jess. So Brianna Hightower, also, hello.
Hi, Karina.
Brianna, how are you? Well,
I'm doing well, thank you.
Girl, I'm as well as I can be. I'm on fire right now. How are you?
I'm okay.
I was just mentioning, it's been a bit of a common thread already. Just like Vanessa, you know, we heard from her mother that she, from a very young age, saw herself being brave and saw herself being a fighter and a soldier. I remember you in our initial interview saying that at the age of 5, I believe, you told your dad you were going to be in the Air Force. So
yes, my father and I, we were watching an Air Force JAG officer show, and my dad tells the story all the time. To this day, I just looked at him and I said, Dad, I was like, I think I want to do that one day. Like I want to be in the Air Force. And I think he almost thought, you know, he didn't think anything of it. I was so young. But then as I got older and got into high school, he, you know, kept asking me, well, what do you want to do? And it just never changed for me. I always knew, I very much like Vanessa, I was a 3-sport athlete. I very well could have went to college. I had scholarships, but I chose to join the Air Force because that's what I knew my heart was in, and that's what I wanted to do.
Thank you for sharing that. And I know, like Zuley, the previous survivor, you also mentioned that for you, your experience, you had more of like inappropriate comments.
Yes. Yes. For sure. For my individual story, when I was 17 when I joined, my parents still had to sign for me. I legally could not make the decision myself. So I was 17 years old. I was freshly 18 when I arrived to my first duty station, which was Luke Air Force Base, Arizona. And yes, from day one, everyone kind of already had a preconceived notation of me. And when I asked why, it was the males. They had said they had prior looked me up on Facebook and via Instagram and had already kind of made up their minds about how they felt about me. As well, she mentioned that, you know, people place bets. That also happened to me. People had placed bets on how long I would be with my current boyfriend at that time, how long. It was just this very vulgar. And yes, I had a member who was 5 ranks over me, who, as I mentioned to you guys, he would come in my office every day. And at first it just started with little inappropriate remarks, but as she mentioned, I thought it was normal. No one said anything. My supervisor, who was a male, would be in the room at the same time, and no one said anything when he would make these inappropriate remarks to me. He tried to sell me naked paintings of women and very inappropriate. Well, one day it just got to be too much. He made a very extremely inappropriate comment about my areas, and I was distraught. I was crying, and thank goodness a different high-ranking individual heard him say this to me in the hallway. And yes, I personally was someone that my leadership, as soon as my commander heard about this, he apologized to me. He told me he was sorry for failing me, because at that point I was hiding under my desk every day at work. If I heard that sergeant, I would hide under my desk because I was terrified of him. Like, it was really bad.
I know that you, like Zule, also said your leadership was very crucial and very important. So I guess in a sense, you know, I say this very sensitively, you were one of the lucky ones, right?
Yeah, unfortunately my sister wasn't.
And that's what I wanted to get to. I know that your sister, can you talk us through your age difference again and what it was that happened to her? She wasn't so lucky, so to say.
Yes. So again, I joined at 17. I was 19 and a half, almost 20 when my sister started her career. My sister was 18. We're a year and a half apart. So my sister joined. She wanted to follow in my footsteps, and she planned on making it a life career. Even after she knew what happened to me, but she still wanted to join, and she still did. Mm-hmm.
And so with that, can you also, just for the context for the audience, where were you stationed and where was she stationed?
Yes. Again, I was stationed in Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, and my little sister was stationed at Keesler Air Force Base, Mississippi, and we're both from Ohio, so pretty far from home.
So 2 completely different bases, which should have had the same protocol, right? So
you would
sorry?
I said you would think, yes.
Okay. So can you walk us through, from your knowledge, can you educate the audience, what is the proper protocol when somebody is being harassed?
Well, the proper protocol when someone would be being harassed would be first, if the member reports it or if someone heard it, because in my case, many people heard this, just no one said anything until finally someone did. The proper protocol would be for immediately you pull the individual who is being harassed, you pull them, you know, obviously console them, ask them, are they okay? You should immediately ask them, where do you want to go from here? As for me, I said, I would like to report this. And they helped me. My commander helped me. He literally walked me down to the EO, which is Equal Opportunity Office, and he helped me file a report. Me filing that report brought 12 other women in my unit out who also had reports against the same person. So they're supposed to guide you, walk you through, and support you through the process, and not support the person who was doing that action towards you, and also not demean you or make you feel any less about what happened to you.
We're definitely learning that although there are procedures, you know, in place, unfortunately, you can't help the culture. You can't help the retaliation. You can't help the harassment, the stalking, and also, like Zuleyka said, I believe you also had an interaction with a female who was also a part of the problem. She also tried to harass. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So my interaction with the female, I want to touch on my sister because the female was with my sister. So do you mind if I just touch on my sister a little bit? Okay, so my little sister, I'm trying not to get emotional just because it's been an emotional time watching everyone speak. My little sister, so she was raped in her dorm room. They were all, you know, just having a little get together. Everyone had a few drinks, and this member, after other people left, he forced himself upon my sister. He was another active duty. He was Army. My little sister was Air Force. He forced himself upon her, and obviously, as any woman who goes through that, my sister was very distraught afterwards. She did not report the rape for about 2 weeks. She finally after work noticed something was wrong with her, she was able to come forward and report her rape. She did decide to do an unrestricted report because in her eyes, she looked up the Air Force regulation and she looked up unrestricted versus restricted report. And in her mind, she felt unrestricted was best for her so that she could still file for an expedited transfer. She wanted to leave the base completely. She did not want to see the member. She wanted nothing to do with it and also try to get a protection order. Well, when my sister reported it, they told her that because she waited, there was no proof. They had no proof that the member did indeed rape her, even though he did. They had no proof because she was drinking. So because she was drinking, they automatically assumed, well, you could have wanted it. And then afterwards said that you did not want it. She had absolutely no support. This went on for 6 months of my sister fighting, trying to get an expedited transfer, she wanted to move out of the dorm room in which she was raped. They told her no. So she couldn't live there anymore. And unfortunately, she didn't have anyone to go stay with. She had no one. It was just her. So she tried to afford an apartment off base, put herself into immense debt trying to afford because the military wouldn't move her off base. Her supervisor, this is where the woman comes into play. My sister has an audio recording of where her supervisor told her, my husband used to beat me and I got over it, so it should not be difficult for you to get over your rape. My sister has this on recording. She brought this to her first sergeant and also to her commander. They did nothing about it. No one advocated for her. My sister tried to commit suicide because of all of this, because she had no one. We were far from her. My family was far from her. Thankfully, she was not successful in her suicide attempt because like Vanessa's family, I can't imagine when I watched her sisters have to be on the press conference and talk about their sister. Like that's when it hit me, and that's when I made, my social media stance, because I thought about my little sister and how things would be so different today if she would have been successful in that attempt. Yeah.
Bree, I want to thank you for sharing that. We are going to have you back in a few moments. I know that it gets really hard and really heavy, especially because they're two very unique situations, but they're within your same family. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a beat, and we'll have you back in a few minutes, okay? We're about to move on. I'm going to pass this over to Lizza, who has a very special guest. Really proud to say that we have Representative.
Yes, Congressman Joaquin Castro is with us. So before we do go over, I do just want to hold space again for Bree and for her sister. One of the big things for us as we've been listening to these survivor stories over the last couple of weeks is getting to know each of these ladies and even men come forward, and their valor, their strength, their perseverance to fight not only for our country, but to have to fight for their safety within our country is inspiring as it is frustrating. And so I just really want to hold space for her and for everybody else for being here and supporting this movement, and for us to be able to support Vanessa and, of course, the bill. So speaking about legislation, who better, of course, to have than Congressman Joaquin Castro. So if we can bring him up. Congressman, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hey, Lizza, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here and to support Vanessa and support her family, and most importantly now to support change in the military. Just like everybody else, I was struck by the tragedy and what happened to Vanessa, but also what I think was a lackluster response by the military, especially at the beginning, in checking on her whereabouts and looking into her case and responding to her mom, all of that. And so I hope we'll have a chance to talk about that.
Yes, no, I think that is great. We actually had Mama Guillen as well as two of Vanessa's sisters, Lupe and Myron, earlier. And that's exactly what was just so inspiring, was to hear their stories and really hear how they've picked up the baton, if you will, as well, to fight this fight, not just for Vanessa, but to do it for everyone in Vanessa's shoes. And one of the things that's so powerful to me is to hear Mama Guillen say she's ready to be their moms. And she shared with us earlier, it was pretty emotional in Spanish, how she remembers it was a month before Vanessa went missing that they ended up going to the gynecologist just to make sure that everything was okay with Vanessa. And she was thinking that she did want to have kids. And, in Latin tradition, as you know, we like going to the doctor with our parents and stuff. And so she said, she told her, like, this is great when the doctor gave her a clean bill of health. And so she says that she keeps dreaming since Vanessa's disappearance and unfortunate tragic ending, that she keeps dreaming of Vanessa coming to her saying, Mom, you have to be there for my kids. You have to take care of my kids. And that it's clicked for her that those kids are the other military in arms brothers and sisters. And in one way, it's really hard. In one way, Vanessa has gotten to become a mom. And so as they prepare to head to DC next week to present the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill, it is powerful, like her mom said, that fate is written, but she knows that Vanessa now has a bigger purpose. And so in hearing that, as outside, if we were to take your hat off right now as an elected official, as a citizen of Texas, as a citizen of the United States, what impacted you when you first heard the story that she was missing, in terms of, the dichotomy of, again, us not wanting to bash our military system? We're grateful for what they do to keep us protected and our freedom protected, but understanding that in some jobs like this, you can't have bad apples. And the fact that our military, if you are a person of color and if you are a female, you're oftentimes fighting two wars, one domestically as well as one internationally. So how did that impact you?
Well, I mean, I guess, thinking back to when the story first broke, I think my first question in my head was, how does a service member just disappear off of a base like Fort Hood and nobody has any idea what happened to her? That was the first thing that was very strange to me, that somebody would just outright disappear from the base and that nobody would have any inkling about how it happened or what happened, who may have harmed her and so forth. And then, as you get into more details of the case, it just seemed like the military was slow walking or dragging their feet on how seriously they should have taken, what Vanessa's family was relaying to them, which is that Vanessa may have been in danger.
Mm-hmm.
And so that to me was what really stuck out. And then, when I got to Congress in January of 2013, that was my first term. And my very first hearing in Congress was the Armed Services Committee. I was assigned to the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. And my first hearing was on the military sexual trauma scandal in my district at Lackland Air Force Base. If you remember that in 2015, that the nation, of course, grappled with and the military grappled with. And so all of that, just as you mentioned, just as a citizen, a resident of Texas, thinking about it, also as the father of a daughter, I have a young daughter who's 6 years old. And then as a legislator, thinking about the fact that we spent so much time trying to, the Congress working with the military, trying to stop this kind of thing from happening, trying to get it right. And then another young woman having gone through this, not in the Air Force this time, but in the Army,
right.
Now in 2020.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That is something that our survivors have also talked about, right? That we've been here before. This is not the first time it's happened. And again, while it didn't start with Vanessa, our hope is that it can end with Vanessa and that we really can create that change that you're speaking of. And one of the things that Natalie spoke about, and I think it's really important for the people at home that are watching to understand is, we all definitely are very furious with what is happening at Fort Hood. We just saw another body, unfortunately, of another person of color, of another soldier just be found last week. So that makes 4 within a month. Clearly, there's a red flag that there's something going on at that base, not to mention what we've heard in the past about sexual prostitution rings. I mean, so many things that are happening that just make it problematic. So to that end, the one thing that I want to focus on too is the power of our voice and the power of how important it is to use that right now. So we're encouraging everyone at home to definitely make sure to sign the petition that Vanessa's family has started with the goal of getting the family to 1 million, to definitely call their elected officials to let them know that they should advocate and stand for this bill. And so can you explain to the people at home how that happens? Because so many people think, when I call and I leave my name and they take my number, I don't know that that really means something. And I'm like, no, but it does. So can you walk through people why that actually does mean something?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, as elected officials, you kind of have your ear to the ground and you're gauging what your public, what the people you represent are demanding of you. And so when people make, on any issue, when people make phone calls, when they send emails, when they reach out on Twitter or on social media, an elected official hears that, and they sense the momentum and the pressure that's building. They sense that that they are going to be held accountable for doing something about it or not doing something about the issue. And so your voice matters, you know. And I've said several times now, and because I think it's true and I believe it, that the most consequential movements in American history were not started by people in politics or anybody with a title. The most consequential movements in politics were started by ordinary people who came together around something they cared deeply about. And when I saw all of the rallies starting in, you know, in Houston, in my hometown of San Antonio, throughout the country, what I thought is that Vanessa has become the face of a movement of people standing up for others who have faced and endured military sexual trauma. And I think that's what this is about. This is the continuation of that movement, to get Congress to listen, to get Congress to do something so that things will finally change. But none of that happens unless people speak up and unless people do their part to keep the issue alive.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, we're going to see that change, you know, start, if you will, process, which is why the family is going out to DC. They are set to meet with the president next week, and they are going to be presenting this bill. And again, it isn't a Republican or a Democratic issue. This is a human issue that we really need to focus on and really push for that change. And so everyone at home is invited to join them in DC, to really be there, to march from the Capitol to the White House, to be seen, to be counted. Bring your masks, because COVID is also still happening right now. So that's equally as important. That was part of the reason why it was important for us to do this online right now, actually. But in doing that, we really want everyone to be counted. Now, before I let you go, there are other ways this year that people can be counted that are super important, that actually do connect to, again, Vanessa, right? One of those is the census. We understand that redistricting happens, and if people aren't counted, I know that there is so much going on right now with fear mongering about citizenship questions being asked. Luckily, that did not happen on this census, so we don't have that, and none of the 10 questions are actually shared with anybody, even your landlord, which is important to know, and none of them are citizenship questions. But can you touch on that importance of making sure we're counted? Because what is counted this year counts in so many ways for the next decade, 10 years, in ways that people don't understand. And part of that is the representation we have in DC. No,
that's right, Lizza. You're absolutely right. And thank you for reminding folks to fill out the census. You know, it seems like a bureaucratic survey, and what does it matter if I fill it out or not? But it is extremely, extremely important in our country and for your community, because the responses on that census will help determine how much a particular community, how much money they get from the federal government for things like education, healthcare, transportation, all of those things that are the lifeblood of a community. And, you know, if you don't fill it out, the less people that fill it out in a particular place. And in Texas, we've been dragging some, where the response rate has been slower. That means that you're getting less federal dollars to help your community, help your schools. So I hope that people will take a chance to fill it out. And then the last part of that is, you're right, it matters because that's how we determine how many members of Congress, for example, a particular location gets. In Texas, we're supposed to pick up 2 or 3 more seats if everything goes right on the count, but if people don't fill it out, then, you stand to get less money and less representation. And I do want to connect the dots for people watching at home and being like, how does this connect to Vanessa? Remember, we're telling you, we want you to call your elected officials. Your elected officials are the ones that can pass legislation. Legislation is the way you go to change. So as much as we want Fort Hood to shut down, if we shut down Fort Hood before it's investigated, there will be no change. So we need that place to stay open. We need this bill to pass. We need legislation in there for us to investigate that place inside and out and to create change so that our survivors who are currently serving and vets can report any type of sexual harassment or assault without fear of retaliation. And that goes down to you all at home watching, calling, emailing, tweeting, writing to your elected officials. So that tying to the census is, of course, really important. And also, last but not least, before we let you go, we are at a very critical year for an election. This is do or die for our nation. Again, going back to making sure that human issues are represented, in addition to representing, the voice on what is happening with Vanessa. We've seen you, Congressman Castro, come out
for Andres Guardado, which is a case that I've also been working out here in California, because we have so many Black and brown king and queens being killed due to police brutality. We've seen you come out for immigration reform and for our children not to be kept in cages, which we know is very critical. So again, that leadership comes to the top. So voting this year is extremely important. And I just would love to ask you, as I said before we go, why that vote really matters this year, specifically even in Texas.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I hope everybody will get out and vote in November. You got to please, these issues that we're talking about, holding people in politics accountable, holding the military leadership accountable, all of them come down to putting people in place that will help advance those issues, that will do something about those issues rather than just ignore them or sit on them or whatever, slow walk them. So yes, I hope that you will go out and vote and get your family and your friends to go out and vote on the other issues as well, you know, and law enforcement reform, police reform, and changes in law enforcement, the same thing. You got to get people in there that care about those issues.
And last but certainly not least, I would like to ask you, Congressman Castro, what message would you give to the youth that is out there that is fighting for Vanessa on the front lines, both online and offline, for Vanessa and for those in her shoes, in terms of how to keep empowering themselves? Someone that knows the game, I always say this, you only can change the game of Monopoly when you know how to play it. And you've been playing this game now since 2013. So I feel like you have some secrets in there that you can share with us that'll help us advocate for Vanessa in a stronger way.
Well, the first thing that I would say to people, especially our young people, is thank you. Thank you for speaking up, for using your voice. Thank you also for getting out on the streets in protest even during this pandemic. Everybody's wearing masks. People are being safe in how they're doing it. Thank you for your activism. But also that you're not only the future, but as my brother says, you're the present. You are the thing that is going to drive change right now, including on making sure that Vanessa is remembered and that her life will have a special significance in changing the lives and protecting the lives of so many women who serve in our military and men as well, and making sure that the military changes.
That is fantastic. So, Congressman Castro, I can't thank you enough. I really appreciate you and your team. I know it was last minute. We've put this together in 3 weeks.
No,
and
thank you for inviting me. Yeah,
I just appreciate you. And also just on behalf of the Hispanic Caucus, I appreciate everything you do to make sure that our voices for our community are heard. And I look forward to keeping you engaged in this case for Vanessa as we continue to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Call on myself anytime, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Sylvia Garcia in Houston, who represents the families there, has been doing an incredible job. And so we're at your service. Call on us.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Have a great day. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you. Thank you so much. So again, if you're watching at home, we want to thank you, and we invite you to leave your comments, leave your questions for your chance to be featured. We continue to hold space for Vanessa Guillen and for those in her shoes. You know, it is a needed conversation. I know it's a heavy conversation, but I think it's super important for us to be empowered by the conversation so we know how to fight for her, how to advocate for her as we continue to celebrate her. So coming up next, I'm very excited to present one of my co-hosts and also co-producers here, Zuleyka Silver. So Zuleyka.
Hi, I'm so happy that he emphasized
How are you?
I'm doing good. You know, we are here. I'm finally, like, everything we've been working so hard to put together. I can't believe, you know, people are actually tuning in and listening to this important and critical conversation, right? So the next person that we're having, you know, I was really impacted by her story because, you know, when I read it and she was hesitant about sharing it, it was her first time sharing, but she was very inspired by Vanessa's story. And although she has gone through some difficult times, she's been assaulted multiple times, she still puts her pain aside and uses that pain to motivate her to continue to stand up for other women and to fight against the injustice. And I really admire that, how you can use your pain as your motivation to keep you going in the fight. And that's exactly what Krista did. So I would love to introduce everyone to Krista, if you can bring her on.
Hi.
Hi, Krista. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm good.
So I wanted to talk first, obviously thank you and thank you for your courage. But one of the things that really stuck with me about your story is how you talked about how you were branded the problem for speaking out and after coming forward. And I wanted, if you can please share why you were branded the problem, like why was that the result? Can you share some of your story?
Yeah, so I was branded the problem at Wright Pat Air Force Base. My first sexual abuse story, domestic violence, started when before I joined the Air Force, and then I expedited transferred to Ohio. I closed that case, that court martial. The outcome wasn't what I wanted. I went to Ohio to be able to heal, to be with my aunt, and hopefully get through some of my own traumas. In January of this year, I had a member that I thought was my friend. He's in the Air Force active duty, and he sexually assaulted me. I reported it to my commander. My commander had already previously known about what happened before I came to his base. So then he branded me a problem because it already happened to me before. And he asked me, why do you think these things happen to you? When I wanted to expedite transfer, sorry, I'm getting very emotional. When I wanted to expedite transfer, he was like, you just got here. If me and my wife got a divorce and we worked in the same work center, I would not ask to be removed from my work center. And I was like, sir, it's different. I was sexually abused by this member. He was like, well, why are you scared? I was scared, because of what he did. He was very mentally unstable. A lot of other women came forward with their stories about him, and he knew where I lived. And I became a problem. My EPR, which is our reports that we get, our performance reports, it was reflected that I was a problem. Everything he said, he made it difficult for my sexual victim attorney to deal with. And I was lucky, and I want to emphasize lucky, that I had a good attorney and I had a good SAPR team, which is the Sexual Assault Prevention Response Team with the Air Force. They fought for me to leave, but if I did not have them, he had recommended that I could not get expedited transfer. And so it was up to the wing commander. And it was luckily the wing commander let that happen, but that was pretty much why I was branded the problem.
And you mentioned the SAPR office, and I remember mentioning that you are now advocating and working with them. Can you talk about that?
So after the court martial that just closed in April of 2019, there is a board that writes the Air Force regulation for the SAPR program that contacted me. And I was the first victim that spoke up in 4 years. I told them all the problems that I saw that were problems as far as expedited transfers. Like, you have to have an unrestricted report in order to expedite transfer, which is really—
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you explain to us, because a lot of people that are watching are not that well versed in the terms, what is an unrestricted report?
An unrestricted report is basically where your leadership team and your commander are made aware that you were sexually assaulted or abused. They don't have to know the whole story, but it's really kind of hard in order to advocate for you if they don't know more. So it starts getting invasive. And in Wright Pat, the commander was asking me very invasive questions that he wasn't supposed to be asking me. And so the restricted report is basically where you go to the SAPR office, you tell them your story, they can put it in their system, but after that, there's nothing else that they can do for you. It's just that you reported it, so down later on, like during the restricted reporting, you can go get a what is it called? The test for like the rape kit.
Mm-hmm.
And they can keep that on file for you. And then later on, you can then unrestrict it if you want to go ahead and have an expedited transfer or do a court martial process.
So it seems like it's a structural problem, the fact that you have to go to your commander and he has to write off for you to be able to even transfer. But a lot of times, if that person is the aggressor, they, instead of allowing you to transfer, they will retaliate towards you. So that's very problematic. Liza?
Yes. Krista, again, I just want to thank you so much, not only for your service as you are currently defending and protecting our country, but your service of really coming forward. One thing that really got us when we reached out to you and had our first initial talk was, and again, it's a lot. It's that you said that you were willing to go through the pain of being triggered and remembering everything, if that meant that would prevent things like this happening to others, and more importantly, if that could help move the needle to get justice for Vanessa. So in saying that, I think it's really important to discuss that for a lot of people that don't have anyone that they know publicly that has had an issue with sexual assault, or they themselves have not gone through it, is to really touch on how this is an invisible wound that we carry the rest of our lives. And we know that you volunteer. Everyone that signs up for the military is a voluntary position. So to know that changes your life so drastically, right? And really defiles you in different ways, what that actually means for the public at home to know, because one of the things that we know that they threaten you with is to take away your benefits. It's to take away your power of even receiving the very thing that you signed up for. So can you speak on that?
So what a lot of people don't know is a thing called re-victimization. Re-victimization is basically what people talk a lot about when you go through a court-martial process. The defense counsel will try to push back the court-martial as much as possible so that the victim will drop out. And I almost did multiple times, and I was lucky to have people stand by my side. It's a really painful thing because they're trying to take away your voice, and it sucks. I told you guys that I will never back down on telling my story over and over again, even though as much pain. I mean, he only got less than a year in jail, and he didn't even get dishonorable discharge. He got the one under that. And to know that he's still out there in Las Vegas and that me or my family can be hurt is it's painful, because every time I go there, I get scared. My anxiety's up. But having to keep talking about it for me is to fight for other women. It sucks because when Vanessa's story came out, I got really emotional, because that really could have been me. If I didn't have the people by my side, it could have been me, of how bad it was. And it's really important for people to understand what a victim goes through, because there's nightmares. It's not just the scars on the outside, and it's not just us talking to you and it's done. There's nightmares, there's counseling, there's trauma treatment. I've been in counseling for 4 years on it, and it just seems like it'll never go away. There's triggers that victims have that sometimes they don't even know if it's a trigger, and you can be somewhere and something happens and then you're triggered all over again. And Vanessa's story was a huge trigger for me, and that's why I'll keep fighting, because I don't want it to happen to anyone. No one should have to go through what Vanessa went through, or any of like my brothers and sisters who are speaking up for it.
Thank you so much, Tristan. Now, before we let you go, and again, I thank you so much for being so honest and raw. I think that is, one of the things that really is important, is to be transparent, as hard as it is during this, so that people can really stop and listen and understand that this is a very serious issue. So before we let you go, we had talked offline, and we asked Natalie a couple of the questions, talking about unrestricted versus restricted versus some of the benefits that, you can also not have, depending on how your aggressor works for you. So one of the things that I really want to touch on as we're seeing this bill, and we're inviting everyone at home obviously to be in support of this bill, is if you could just touch on how someone can be found guilty within the military of actually, sexually assaulting someone, or there's other charges, and they'll dismiss the sexual assaulting charges so that the other ones come through, so that when that person leaves the military, that actually doesn't follow them in civilian life. So to frame that at home for people, that means that someone could be found guilty of being a sexual predator, but unlike others, if you were a civilian where you have to register yourself, you actually don't. So you end up leaving the military, whether you were a wife beater, whether you were a rapist, whether you've done these things to women, and the public doesn't know anything better. And because you wear a uniform, they automatically assume that you're a hero for your service, which on one hand you are, but for some, we are discovering that there's this monstrous backside to them that we don't get to find out of. So Krista, could you just touch on that a bit, on that dichotomy?
So I only know from my experience and what I've been told, but from my experience, he had 4 charges from me for sexual assault or abuse. And then for the other woman, he had 4 charges or 5 charges. My attorney told me that it's basically he's not going to get charged for any of the sexual charges, and that they will try to then charge him on the more domestic abuse portions. And that's exactly what happened. They make excuses of it's a he said, she said story. And if there's alcohol involved, they'll try to blame the victim because there's alcohol involved. Or there's many ways that they can go about in loopholes of not charging someone with sexual abuse or trauma. And then I've heard from other victims that if they are charged, it's a lesser sentence for getting the sexual abuse charge over something else. And that's just what I've seen in experience, is that they will try to charge them with something else other than sexual abuse or assault, so that they will just come out. And for example, he didn't even have to register as a domestic violence person, or even he didn't have to register as a sex offender because he was wiped off. And with the case that I'm going through right now, it might not even go to court martial. The commander has the decision to just give him an Article 15 and discharge him regularly. And so it won't follow him.
And that is, I mean, I know super painful, but again, I thank you for sharing that truth, because I know when we first heard it, our jaws were on the ground. And as I've told you, it was like finding out that Santa Claus is the devil. I was like, I'm sorry, what? How is this not following someone's horrible behavior, not following them into civilian life? And how are there loopholes for this to be allowed? So this, again, is why we're advocating everyone at home to really be on deck. As Congressman Castro said, as Natalie, which is Vanessa's attorney, said, you know, to be on deck to know about this bill on July 30th when the family presents it, to be on deck to call your Congress man or woman to let them know why you want to advocate for not just Vanessa, but those in her shoes, to be on deck to sign the petition to help the family to get 1 million signatures, because enough is enough. Zuleyka?
Krista, I just want to commend you and tell you you're not a problem. You're a warrior. You're so strong and so courageous for just working and speaking through your pain. I think that speaks volumes. And just the fact that whatever happens in the military, whatever crimes they commit there does not follow them to civilian life, that is mind-blowing. And, you know, something really powerful our next guest, Rebecca, said. She said, being a sexual predator in the military does not make you a predator in civilian life. And people need to be held accountable. Like we cannot look the other way anymore. It's like everyone has been saying throughout, enough is enough. So just thank you so much for coming on here. I appreciate you. I respect you. And honestly, you have inspired me to, you know, come out with and speak and face my aggressor about my sexual assault story. So I thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Krista. We'll be in touch. We really appreciate you, and we'll see you again soon. And Z, what a day, right? What a day, but super important. And we're going to keep the conversation moving. And as you mentioned, Rebecca, we're actually going to have her next, and then we'll see you again shortly, Zuleyka. So Rebecca Murga, come on up. I'd like to introduce her as well. Rebecca, I am so moved. I appreciate you being here with us, checking out all them Puerto Rican Guatemala vibes, girl. Like, thank you. And thank you so much for being backstage and being patient as we're getting this moving. I know as a fellow filmmaker, you understand the throes of production, but I also just want to thank you, not just for your service again in the military, but what you've been doing since you've left and really advocating for others. So Zuleyka just read that quote, and I'd really love to touch on that again. As Krista just shared with us, there is not a connection of dots of the behavior that happens within the military to what happens outside. So what are some of the resources you have found working with the Mayor Institute, or what are some of the ways that, you know, civilians at home can help amplify making a difference like this bill that's about to be presented to legislation in DC next week?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you all for putting this together. I know how difficult it is given the heavy nature of the topic that we're talking about. I did want to provide some context. And so just a little bit about me. I deployed multiple times to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kuwait. I've interviewed hundreds of women with my documentary work. I spent time down at Fort Pendleton with the Marine Corps, which has an interesting relationship with the Latino population. Almost 20% of the Marines are for Latinos. And I've been an advocate for a long time in the military veteran space with Veterans Organization, who also has a similar problem. But I kind of wanted to address the overall problem that I think we're facing, which is it's a problem that allows institutions to allow violence against women. I've nicknamed it like the superstar phenomenon, and you see it throughout the NFL, you see it throughout college athletes, professional athletes, the film and television industry, which is an organization allowing women to be sexually assaulted, allowing harassment of women because a superstar allows an NFL team to get to the playoffs because a soldier is a good soldier, and we don't want to do harm to that soldier. We saw it at Stanford with Brock Turner's case, who was a superstar swimmer and was caught raping someone, and that was justified by a judge as something that kind of was out of the norm. And so I think it's this larger issue that we have, which allows, and it's not just organic to this country. If you travel the world, you will see that women are in some cases second-class citizens. They're
Correct.
allowed to be trafficked. They're allowed to be assaulted, and we file it away with, well, she could have deserved it. She should have done something. And you'll see
Or
that
it was because of what she was wearing, which I've never understood.
Correct.
How, like, excuse me, no clothes that I wear is
No.
ever an invitation for you to assault me.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So that second issue is how we create warriors, or how we, as a military, take young men who are 18 to 24. The average age of a Marine going into the Marine Corps is about 18 and a half. And how we have this kind of group culture of training. So we have a lot of young men being led by young leaders. And if you look outside any base, it is not populated with cultural phenomenons. It's pawn shops and strip bars and pornography. And that in and of itself, that group culture, how we allow these young men to be trained, the segregation that takes place, specifically when you look at the Marine Corps, how men are put aside and women who only take up 6% are allowed to really be victims in some cases. So that's kind of a larger like group, this groupthink mentality you do see also in athletics, in young high school men. So then I want to look a little bit at the military, like what is organic of the military? And the biggest problem, I think, is that young men who go to war, and this was a study by the VA that looked at the sexual predators in the military and how those develop. And so
that's a culture, like that is definitely a thing that also starts when you start even with the enlistment, as we've heard from your fellow military sisters and brothers, even in arms, where they've discussed that it's the way that someone enters. When you see someone that's a sergeant speaking down to someone that is supposed to be your equal, you start learning and being indoctrinated and thinking like, oh, if he could speak to her that way and she's not talking back, when I get up to that point, I can do it. And in the meantime, I can also build on that harassment or saying, flirting inappropriately or grabbing or teasing. So there is this indoctrination that definitely happens from the moment that, from what we're hearing, for many when you sign up.
There absolutely is, but there's also information that's kind of grounded in science, which is 19% of men who come back from war exhibit compulsive sexual behavior symptoms, and that is triple the amount that takes place in across the country. Women, deal with hyposexuality, so when they come back from war, the military, they tend not to want to engage in sexual practices. Men, for a large part, and this is me working with a doctorate who was a doctorate at Berkeley studying the effects of war on young men, realized that there were so many assaults taking place and what was that phenomenon. And so that there's actual study that's being done about why that takes place. And then the other piece is like the nature of the UCMJ system, which was enacted in the 1950s, back in the day when there was no social media and when war was very different. War was fought overseas, and it was months before you were able to like see anybody. And the reason UCMJ was enacted was because it allowed a commander to be able to take control of over their unit. Well, these are way different times. And the reality is that is a broken system that's not working in this environment. And you see it time and time again when young women end up murdered for some sexual assault or sexual harassment that took place.
Exactly what we're seeing Yep, exactly what we're seeing with Vanessa, obviously. Yeah.
And I was a captain in the military. I had soldiers, and the reality is that leadership knows what's going on in their unit, and it is completely a falsehood that you tell me the way she was murdered. Would it be as if somebody came to your mailroom in your office of work, murdered someone, and nobody knew anything about it? And
especially, wait, let me interject, especially when you're in a room that has open windows, you're the largest space, there's 16,000 people that are constantly walking by and no one heard.
So I like to base a lot of, because this is a very emotional topic, but the reality is that is such an illogical conclusion of what happened.
Yeah.
And so if you do not hold those leaders accountable, when you look at Fort Hood and you look at the leadership at Fort Hood, the other problem is this is spilling over to the veteran space. So veterans are one of the largest populations in the world. And when you look at places like the American Legion, when you look at places where large amounts of men from multi-generations. So now women veterans are dealing with men who lived in a time when it was okay, it was completely tolerable to treat women a certain way. That is infesting those organizations. And so we have a larger problem that's just not, I want people to understand, it's just not organic to the military. The military actually in some ways is an easy fix, because once a bill is passed, it's executed. The larger problem is the veteran community and the veteran space, and the larger, I think, community of what we allow things to take place with women, how we allow women to be victimized and say, well, that's okay because maybe she was wearing the wrong thing, maybe she was drinking. Right. That's the other thing I hear, which is like the alcohol. It should not matter if someone was drinking alcohol underage.
I completely agree. I want to say thank you so much, Rebecca. I know that we could stay here talking about this all day, but thank you so much for giving us those facts. I think that's why for us, it was super important, because it's very hard to get emotional during these times. But I as someone that is like you, just very critical thinker, I always want those receipts. I always want to know what is the fact support. But, and you lean on that as women, is to really lean on both that logical side, but also that sixth sense of something's not right here, right? And so that's really where we're at. So to that end, Rebecca, thank you so very much for joining us. We continue to thank you. We continue to look forward to, being in touch with you as we fight, because this is definitely not a one and done. We definitely have a long marathon to go in fighting for justice, not just for Vanessa, but for those in her shoes. So thank you, Rebecca, for being with us.
Thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you. So thank you again to everyone for tuning in. We're going to go right next to our next Survivor, and I have my co-host and fellow producer in arms, Zuleyka, with me. So Zuleyka, I know that we've been moving, right, pretty fast, but it is super important for us as we keep seeing that so many of the same issues are coming up with so many of these stories, and this next one is no different. So would you like to introduce our next Survivor?
Yeah, I think one of the things that Rebecca was also mentioning was how in the Marine Corps is very segregated, right, between men and women. And our next guest, she served in the Marine Corps, and she experienced a lot of the daily jokes of sexual harassment in the Marine Corps. So with that being said, I'll have her, share her story. Bailey.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, Bailey. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Bailey. We really appreciate it. So, it's been a day, when we reached out to you, your story again, we were so moved by so many people that use that hashtag, I am Vanessa Guillen, as they really looked at their core to see, for some of us outside of the military, where we felt that, right? Whether it's because we had experienced sexual assault in our own lives, or if we thought that could be a loved one. But for you and for your fellow military brothers and sisters in arms, it was a very different experience. Can you take us back to when you first heard Vanessa's story and why you were compelled to share your own?
I'm happy to. So I would first like to very much thank the women who've spoken so far for their clarity and perspective. And I completely see you, hear you, and believe you. So when I first put on my Marine Corps uniform, I was 18 years old. And I believed that I was joining this almost like spiritual fraternity. Like I was thinking Shaolin monks. There is this cultural narrative of hero worship. And Marines, we like to talk about ourselves as the best, the tip of the military spirit. Wherever the fight is the most uncompromising and brutal, that's where you send the Marines. And so there was not a day in my uniform where I didn't feel like I had to earn it. I felt like I was constantly trying to prove that I was good enough to be there. And in the introduction you mentioned, there's kind of this daily harassment and daily joking about women. And I think that context is incredibly important. And the thing that reverberated with me so strongly in Vanessa's case is seeing the conversation that takes place when a woman is in these very lonely situations. The culture continues to have this toxicity and this insistence that your story isn't real, that you're probably a troublemaker. What were you wearing? And I feel like that hasn't necessarily changed. The comments I read and speak to, I've heard the same jokes earlier this year that I heard when I served a decade ago.
Yes, I think, Bailey, you mentioned that exactly what Rebecca just said, right? That is just a sad thing when people really try to defer to, oh, it's the victim's fault. The victim shaming is what just blows my mind, because they're wearing, or the other thing that we heard, oh, it was because we were all drinking that night, and I'm like, how does in any way that equate to give you permission to defile a woman's body and to also just show up as a threat in that way and then expect to have no consequences?
Well, there's precedent for being able to get away with things without consequence. So something that, any anthropologist could tell you, if you're studying a culture or a subculture, what stories do they tell? What is the narrative, their values, what are their stories? And in the Marine Corps, at the time I served, the infantry as well as 13% of other military occupational specialties or jobs in the military or the Marines were reserved exclusively for men. And there's been a lot of conversation about women's role in combat, and I'm not going to contribute to it here, except to say that what I saw as a result of that policy was that in our cultural narrative, the heroes, the front line, they were always men. So everything we did in an office was always for a him. The standard of Marinehood was a masculinity. And the way we spoke about, the mythical Marine, it was always a he. I lived in a woman's body, and I still considered somehow Marines were masculine. It just, this cognitive dissonance. But in the narrative, this Marine is 6 feet tall. He's totally ripped. He's morally completely upstanding. He's the Captain America, helps little ladies across the street. It's just like very much the American hero. And then compare that to the narrative that we had about women. And if you were to walk through a barracks and listen to enlisted Marines and how they speak about femininity and womanhood, she didn't exist. This woman was allegorical only, but she was overweight, which in the Marine Corps is like immoral and heavily bullied. She was overweight. She only picked up NCO because she slept with her superior. She was probably a whore. She was definitely a homewrecker. She wanted it. She was lazy. She wasn't good at her job. And so the moment I showed up to my first duty station, I was handed prove the negative, prove that you're not what we think of when we think of women. And I think that cultural narrative is what allows incidences like this to happen.
Yes. And I think to that end, it's also, and we heard Krista talk about this as well, it's not just the assault itself, but what happens after that. And this is something that I know you have a lot of experience. And before we go, we'd love to ask you is, eating disorders is a tie that people don't often connect with sexual assaults, and really taking time to do yoga or have the self-heal and self-generation, because oftentimes we're looked at as that being weak, right? To refuel and to recharge. And so for those at home that are watching, can you help them connect the ties of eating disorders? I know some of our survivors even talked about going 2 weeks without not eating. We even know that with Vanessa, because they had fear of going to certain spaces by themselves and move. And because there is a restriction of how cash moves on a base, you have to try to see if people can sneak in food to you or do other things. And how that can either go one way, go overweight the way that you talked about, because people want to wear that as a shield to not be seen, or go extremely the other way when then they're not eating for a variety of reasons, safety being one of them.
That is, thank you so much for those questions. There's so much in there that's so important, and I could riff on this, but to try to be succinct, when I was assaulted, my assailant said, "You're saying no, but your body is saying yes."
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yes, that just hammered into my head. I was already incredibly bulimic as a Marine because I heard what we said about women, and I was trying to be as squared away and strong and just non-feminine as possible. So when he said that, he validated this calculus of self-destruction by assuring me that it didn't matter. I couldn't be a good enough Marine. I hadn't made it. I was still a woman, and my body was still saying yes. And I think that dualism that's really prevalent culturally. We have this like your mind and your body, like mind over matter, and the military loves like perpetuating that. And I think it's completely erroneous. You mentioned yoga. I'm a yoga teacher, and I honor and value the integration of mind and body, of having both in a better relationship with one another. And I think there has been a movement that's really inspiring and really encouraging. Yoga for Veterans is really starting to expand. I offer that, and I see it expanding. I see an invitation towards more mindfulness, thoughtfulness, and that internal integration, as opposed to mind, body, but together. And I think that will be an important component of healing some of the sexual, or actually some of the gender relations policies.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Bailey. Can you remind us of what is the name of your organization?
Yes, Kanda Yoga School. That's Kanda Yoga School. It's based out of San Francisco, but silver lining of the plague, we're now virtual, so you can practice with me from anywhere.
Yes, no, I love that. Well, thank you so much, Bailey. We really appreciate you being here, sharing your story as always. It really does mean a lot to all of us. Wow, it's about healing. It's about staying aware. It's about learning and empowering, and you really are doing that. So I appreciate you, Bailey, and we look forward to being in touch as we continue in this fight for justice for Vanessa and for those in her shoes.
I so appreciate you, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Have a great one. So we are going to bring up Jess, one of our fellow co-hosts and fellow producers, with the next one. Yes, we're passing the baton on to you because we have another special guest who, while she couldn't be with us here in person, she did feel very compelled to share her message. So Jess, we're passing the baton to you.
And I take it very humbly. Thank you very much. So I have a very dear friend of mine. She's another actress. Some of you may know her as the lead of the show Station 19. Also, sidebar, don't forget, continue to leave your comments, sign the petition, and continue to move forward with the GoFundMe that they have for the DC. We want everybody to continue with your comments and advocate, sign that bill. But yes, going on to Jaina, she unfortunately could not be here, but she has a heart for Vanessa and wanted to share a video. So here you go.
My heart completely breaks for Vanessa Guillen and her family. There needs to be a change in the way the military handles sexual harassment and assaults. People who have been or are currently in a situation like Vanessa's should be able to be heard, respected, and protected. The I Am Vanessa Guillen bill would allow active duty service members to file sexual harassment and assault claims to a third-party agency instead of their line of command. Sign the petition, donate, join the march, contribute however you can to help bring justice for Vanessa Guillen. Enough is enough.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Jaina, for that powerful message. Yes, as she said, enough is enough. And we want you guys to get involved, sign that petition, continue to donate whatever you can, even if it's $1 to the Guillen family for that march that they're going to have in DC. And I'm going to go ahead and pass the baton and bring Liza back up.
Fantastic. Wow. Yes. All these videos, continue to just really remind the importance of what we're doing. Speaking about the march in DC, Jess and everyone at home, I just wanted to give you all an update. We just heard actually from Natalie, Vanessa's attorney. They are currently in DC scouting the march area right now, getting everything ready. So we do hope, we do have the link in the comments that you all will donate to the GoFundMe. Again, even if it is $1, and that you'll prepare to be out there July 30th to help march from the Capitol to the White House as the family and Vanessa's attorney prepare to present the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill and for legislation and for change. So with that end, we're going to start transitioning. Jess, we're going to see you again in a bit. And one of the things that we've seen throughout is that it is not just a woman issue. We've heard this from Lupi Guillen herself. with Lupe sharing that this isn't a Republican or a Democratic issue. This is also not a male or a female issue. This is a human issue, and it's something that we all really should advocate for, and we should really hold at center that this could be your loved one. And so one of the things we know that is important in this conversation is to also get the male perspective from those both that are in service, but also those that are in the community. So with that, we're actually going to start transitioning over to our male ally section. And just like we did at the top of the show, where we had spoken word and some art. I like to call it artivism, when you really have art and activism coming together. We had a powerful performance by Kayla Smith. We now have another performance that will be happening live. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Sean Hill. Enjoy.
Told her mother at 10 she'd go to the army to defend her country. Always coming home each weekend to see her little sister in the kitchen window. The love of family kept her heart beating with a force of 100 platoons, 1,000 rifles, 1,000,000 bombs, or just one loving dad and mom. Sometimes that's all it takes to make a child wake up with a full heart to live a life worth living. A parent's soul becomes vacant when your child dies before your time comes. Even worse when we ask why we couldn't give one last goodbye, face about face. Illegal torture, harassment, humiliation, assault, rape. Normally you think of Guantanamo or Abu Ghraib, but I'm talking about our very own United States military bases, Fort Hood, and many others. Whether we want to face it or not, it's easy to hold our heart and face a flag, but will you face the truth of how many men and women we praise for their service, but don't serve them by just serving them justice? If we truly are a God-fearing nation, we've reached our quota for sins. I can't begin to tell you how we need more confessions, how much I question if we as a country even believe in heaven, since the military is supposed to be the best of us, the most courageous. But where's the courage when corrupt military officials run a corrupt system? When they walk in on women taking showers, when they grab or molest lower-ranked officers, stalking constantly, consistently from PT to mess hall. It gets messy in your mind when men keep asking you to have sex with them. And you've said no so many times. You've been grabbed too many times. Some don't report it at all and try to move forward because the person you have to report it to is sometimes the man who's been following you, staring at you. Men have been victims too of being sexually assaulted in ways you would never wish your own child went through, your own sister or mother went through. America, these women are your children. You have allowed the separation of your own children from their parents. By becoming blind to your crimes and turning a deaf ear, you have muted your children, taken away their voice to speak out against you. You, CMJ, the military judicial system, makes much nonsense, allowing a defense attorney to attack its own defendant. What do you do when you report a crime and it only has a 35% chance to land in a court-martial? Even when reported, women get threatened or belittled like, you're not going to throw away a good man's career, are you? And have your hard-earned benefits tossed away, miss? You know how men are. He just likes you. And even when they do get convicted, those crimes many committed, their slates in the public record are wiped cleaner than a kitten when they return to being a civilian. So the heroes we admire daily, some have given PTSD to women before they even went to war. You, military, you are staging suicides to cover up, falsifying reports to cover up, running prostitution rings for military higher-ups, and let them off with reduced sentences from plea bargains in the hierarchy of bureaucracy. Oh, say, can't you see, America, the system you created doesn't even serve you because it lacks basic humanity. You need to function with a clean conscience. 10 hut! Stop lying to the family. Stop lying to the people. Stop lying to yourselves. Please stop. Don't be a Democrat right now. Don't be a Republican right now. Don't politicize, empathize every race, religion, gender. Please, let's all just be a human being right now. Because right now, those covering up and acting corrupt don't represent the best of us, the best of military, the best of our government, the best of who we could be. This is not supposed to be what a United States looks like. This poem is not even a bashing of the US or military. It's a critique, a verbal boot camp to become better than we are, for those who have done crimes to come forward and serve your country with truth so a family can feel peace. And until we do something to show ourselves in the world otherwise, what do we expect people to believe if we don't uphold justice in our own country? Is this land of the free or home of the raped? We can't be both. If you say we are all children of God, then let us act like it. If there is no soldier left behind, then act like it. Come back for Vanessa Guillen. Vanessa, we thank you for just living what life you've lived at its best, for living a life of grace, faith, family, and honor. Thank you and your family for the inspiration and dedication which we will give back to you every single day. And we won't lay your memory to rest until we lay peace and especially justice right next to it.
Sean, my man, this is actually unprecedented, but I'm going to actually have to bring up the rest of my co-hosts because this is just
Sean.
Hey, y'all.
I got chills.
Much love, y'all. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
And I know we got Zuleyka coming on here, but when we reached out, and a big shout out to Jess, when we reached out, you were so open to learning about Vanessa. We've seen the powerful piece that you did for Black Lives Matter. And again, this turnaround has been so quick. And I want people at home to understand that. The four of us have put our blood, sweat, and tears, but every single person we've reached out to has done the same thing. And you worked around the clock to learn about Vanessa, to be invested in Vanessa, took the feedback from her family and for us, and created a piece that I just am so honored and touched because you shared that gift with us and with her memory. So I just want to say thank you. Sometimes artivism, as I said, art and activism meeting together is one of the most powerful ways for us to be moved into action and to also hold space because it's something we won't forget. And I know that you have now helped us remember Vanessa in a way that does respect to her name. So with that, I just wanted to give some space for my fellow producers and co-hosts here to speak on that.
Yeah, Sean, I just want to say thank you for bringing your art with us and sharing your gift. You truly have a gift, and you have a way that the words inside just evoke, and it just sinks into your spirit, and I can see it in your eyes, the depth in your eyes every time you speak. And even not knowing Vanessa's case fully, like Liza had said, you were able to tap into that. And it takes that empathy to understand without knowing a person or her case, to know that she didn't deserve what was given to her, and she didn't deserve how she was treated with everything that she put on the line, and the family, the Guillen family, everything that they're going through right now. You touched on so many points. And I know when we were talking about this, we gave you all these little ideas, and you literally took everything and you formulated it into this piece that was just able to touch so many people. So I thank you. I thank you for your gift.
Oh,
go ahead.
I expect y'all to do this right now. Okay.
Well, I was texting them while you were on. I'm like, Sean is killing it. This is amazing. It's so powerful. And what comes to mind is that we all have our different ways of advocating, right, and fighting injustice. And I think this is a great example. Like, we produced this event together. You are writing poetry and using your voice. And there are so many ways people can advocate. It's not necessarily a one size fits all, right?
Right.
And I just thank you so much for coming on here. And I see the conviction and the passion, and I really hope it inspires others to do the same. You killed it. Thank you so much. It was so powerful.
Yeah, I was gonna say ditto. You know, all that what they said. No, Sean, seriously, like I mean, it's you know, words are spiritual, poetry is spiritual, and I had chills. We were literally texting. I'm like, here, chills. You know, and I hope that what we felt, you know, our audience is also able to feel. It's very authentic. You know, when someone, a true artist, really delves into, you know, the essence of Vanessa Guillen and a culture that's mourning and in pain, and just a lot of passions, you know, are stemming around that one tragedy. You know, the art that you bring to it, and like Zuleyka said, the different perspective, the different way that you activate and that you amplify, you know, this tragedy in an effort to invoke people to kind of get involved is just beautiful. And I'm just so grateful that we were able to experience it live. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate every single word right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to mention the comments like what we're getting from Vanessa Ortiz, who's watching on Facebook. You have those Dylan Thomas vibes. Do not get gentle into that good night. I was so upset how focused it was just on men. And thank you for creating this poem for female military everywhere. I feel seen. Thank you. And I think that really encapsulates what everyone is, you know, feeling. So before we let you go, if we could ask you to share your social media handle, that is what's flooding the comments right now. I know we have that on your lower third, so we'll go to a close-up and show up your lower third. But if you also want to say it and let people know how they can connect with you.
Not a problem. Yeah, my main social media handle for all my social media is at Let's Bend Reality, from YouTube to Instagram to everything. And that's truly what I believe in bending reality into what we need it to be and what we want it to be as a people, as a global collective. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you again, Sean, for being here, for sharing your art. We'll see you again soon, brother. We're in this fight together. We appreciate it.
Much love, y'all. Thank you for that. Peace, y'all. Have a good event.
Thank you. And now we're going right from having all of us here, the circle of sisterhood, as we like to say amongst us, no classy chingona left behind, right? And we're going to actually continue to pass the baton, as Sean kicked us off so powerfully, to our male ally section. So ladies, we'll see you again in a little bit. And right now I'd like to introduce some of our male allies that are with us. We have Armando Perez, who is also was a former military member, as well as Giovanni Jones, who's joining us from Germany, who is currently enlisted. And we also have Quest Austin, who's also joining us from Tampa and is also currently enlisted. So fellas, welcome to hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, the project. We appreciate you so much and your time for being here.
No, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Honored to be here.
I love that. So you all just heard the poem, as we like to say, artivism at its finest, that Sean presented. And I'd love to just kick that off, you know, being men in and of it yourself, hearing a fellow brother, you know, in this fight, if you will, sharing his words so powerfully, what that made you all feel.
Well, I think it's important. Right, we as men, we have a certain position here, and being an ally is, to me, that's it, right? Like, you women, you ladies have been championing this fight for a very long time, and I think it's very important that, you know, guys like him come forward and, you know, truly show that he's an ally through his art, through his activism, what have you. So
I appreciate that. I think that that's so great. So, you know, going from that piece and to who the subject is, Giovanni, I know that you're coming with us from Germany right now. So what was it like, being that you yourself can explain for the civilians at home that are watching, to really, you know, understand that ranking, if you could share where your rank is and what it was like when you heard Vanessa's story, because I want people to understand that rank actually does mean something in terms of the process of reporting harassment and or assault.
Yes, absolutely. And Liza, I really do appreciate this opportunity to be here. So I really think, you know, the audience, my brothers and sisters who are serving, those who served, I really do appreciate this, and I'm all about this movement. So my name is Sergeant Major Giovanni Jones. I have been serving and still serving in the United States Army Combat Arms for 19 years. I'm currently stationed in Germany. And, you know, first and foremost, I just want to get a few things out the way. I am not representing the United States Army. I am representing Giovanni Jones. And these are my personal experiences. This is my, you know, my personal opinions. So I'm not an expert in any law or anything like that. It's just knowledge by observation and participation. So when I heard about Vanessa, so a little bit about me, I don't want to be long-winded, but I came from a very big family. I'm a Puerto Rican and Black, and I have 4 beautiful sisters, and they were my life. And growing up, I was the man of the house, the protector. And I've always inculcated that within myself. And that's always been my code, my culture, and my tradition. And when I heard about this young soldier that was mutilated and died, and it wasn't until months later that really resonated in me, because as a leader, so just a few things, and I just don't want to get off topic here. What changed the world? The war on terrorism has been going on since 2001. 19 years of fighting this war. Something happened. You have a litany of these young soldiers who enlist, they go, they fight in these wars, and something happens. They start to get promoted very quickly, very, very quickly, because they get promoted based off merit. So all the ribbons you have, all the medals you had, all the war stories you have, that accelerates your promotion. Now you have, so the largest percentage in the military right now, 45, so there's 450,000 men and women who are serving in the military now as of July 14th of 2020. And a part of that 40, and I don't have a prompt on my screen, I'm looking at my notes here, so my apologies. About 43% are in the ages of 17 to 24. All right, so that's 195,000 men and women serving in that that age of 17 to 24. And so you have these young leaders who accelerate in promotion, and they're 20, 21, 22, and now they have so much sphere of influence and so much responsibility, but they're still a kid. They haven't not truly developed. So the thing is, who is the advocate? Who is the leader looking out for leaders, to hold them accountable? And that's where I come in. So as an operations sergeant major, I am the one that's ensuring that leaders are doing what they're supposed to do. And I'll end there because I don't want to be long-winded.
I love that. I'm taking notes as we're speaking. One of the things that really touched me too, though, that we were talking about, Giovanni, that you told me from your experience, and I'd love for you and for Armando and Quest to also touch in on this, is that when you're on a base, if ammunition goes missing, if an arm, a weapon goes missing, that whole base, I love that y'all are nodding your head because y'all know where I'm going. That whole base gets shut down. Ain't nobody getting off, ain't nobody getting on. But yeah, when a whole human being, like a whole body person goes missing, people are like, oh, okay, cool. I don't know where they're at. Like that just disconnect is to me something that's mind blowing. And I would love, Giovanni, for you to start off there to make that connection. We were talking about that normal day. And then for Quest and Armando, if you all can be in, when you start the day, and I want people at home to know that this isn't just Giovanni's experience. This is why I'm asking the other two men to jump in. When you wake up, don't you have to do a check-in at some point?
Absolutely, Liza. Absolutely. And I've spent copious amount of days and even a few weeks trying to find a set of night vision devices. My fellow gentlemen, they've been there. And equipment is very, very, very important because you have to tie in who lost it, and someone has to pay a price. Now, what really upset me about this is the evidence is there. Fort Hood is no stranger for missing soldiers. It seems like it's a redundant thing. So the evidence was there. So you have 48 hours, okay? The day that Vanessa was missing was April 22nd. The next day, we have what we call is a accountability formation that happens at 06:30 every morning. That morning, Vanessa was out of ranks. Her chain of command did report it up to higher and said, hey, Vanessa is missing. CID received that report that same day. Now, no one really took action until about a month later.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that Fort Hood is susceptible for young soldiers just ending up missing, why not conduct the search now? It wasn't until May 18th when CID started to start.
Can you explain what CID is for people again?
I'm so sorry. Criminal Investigation Division. Mm-hmm. Now it's and for those who do not understand, so they are your judges or your lawyers, and they're separate from the military. They are military counterparts. However, they deal with missing soldiers, abuse, drugs, homicide, and the sorts. So it wasn't until May 18th when Criminal Investigation Division started to ask the question, and they asked 2 soldiers, hey, did you see Vanessa? She was walking through. Yes, we seen Specialist Robinson with a large tough box walking to his car that day. Why did it take almost a month to just receive that vital information? And when her keys and her bank card, her wallet, her personal effects was still in the arms room, did it not click in your head? You know, and that I have an issue with that. And the system is broken, and that chain of command they should be ashamed of themselves.
I mean, thank you for speaking raw and speaking on the truth. And I'm going to defer to Quest here to also jump in on that, because again, as an outside citizen, I can jump to the way that I know things operate, but I really want you to continue to provide context. And do you agree or disagree before we even get over to Armando with that's the way that things would happen? Or is that just only in Germany on the base that he's on that would happen that way?
No, I made a spot on. I know there's been times in my past where a rifle may have gotten lost, like while we're out in the field or something like that, and it's all hands on deck. You are, double arm interval, and you're walking through the middle of a woods. Even if it's in the middle of the night, you're out there with flashlights and, all the way until the sun comes up or until you find it or what have you. Sergeant Major is spot on as far as when it comes to procedures on equipment being lost. Additionally, I want to speak to the camera piece. I remember you all talking earlier about cameras on base, and the only time I've ever seen cameras on base is honestly it's to protect equipment, protect property, never necessarily to protect the soldiers, right? Like so for example, like cameras in the arms room. Or cameras just kind of scattered throughout base in general. That's usually typically to just secure equipment and to secure buildings, property, things like that.
So property that is not human in flesh, essentially.
Yeah, I've never come across cameras that were out, posted out in order to protect soldiers. This is not how it happens.
Wow. So would you agree, based on what you've seen, and before we get into your story, what you've seen, that maybe that is a good thing to advocate for, is that we should have some cameras around the base? So as we're leaning towards more transparency and accountability?
Yeah, 100%. Kind of like college campuses kind of have these posts where you can actually go up and grab the telephone and make a call if you need to, or, it has cameras that are kind of scattered throughout college campuses for things like this, sexual assaults or, rapes and things like that. I definitely think we should have some cameras on base to protect our soldiers, especially seeing that out at Fort Hood right now, it's such an epidemic right there. So.
Right. No, I agree. And now, Armando, I know you're now out, but if you could really tell us a little bit about your experience as well as to, how you've seen harassment, if you've ever seen, things go missing, if there is a system or if there's a way that is the proper way to report, or do you have a different experience?
No, I can agree with the gentleman here. There's accountability, and by the time like the item or weapon gets lost, like it'll be found at a certain amount of time. Like nobody will leave until the item is found. Yet for sexual assault, it seems like the aggressors act with impunity, which is really like maddening for me, and that's the reason why I chose to speak out as well.
Fantastic. This is an issue that, we could really just continue to go deep on everything. And so, Quest, I wanted to give you an opportunity before we wrap is to really share for you why it was so important. One of your videos actually went viral, and you now have become a resource, much like Kayla, who shared a video in uniform. And thank you again, Giovanni, for making it known. You all are here today as private citizens, in no way officially representing them. But I do think it's important that we also recognize that there's two sides of you, just the way that in our tribute video, we've recognized that there's two sides of Vanessa, the person that is technically government issued, right, that is in military, and then who voluntarily actually signed up to protect our nation, and then the person that's in the uniform who actually is a real person with real feelings, with, that is battling real wars domestically as we are internationally. And I think what was so powerful, Quest, about your video is you challenging men out there, both in and out of uniform, to do better. So can you touch on that, onto why it was important for you to create that video?
Yeah, no problem. So actually, when I came across Vanessa Guillen, I was actually with my mom. I was sitting with her, and I was just thumbing through Instagram, and I came across her story, and it's like, what if this happened? What if this happened to me? How would my mom feel? I'm married. My wife is in the Air Force. Like, how would I feel if this happened? God forbid this happened to my wife, or even if my daughter, ended up joining the military later on. And this happened to her. How would I feel? I would want everybody raising awareness. Additionally, what compelled me is I started getting, like, soldiers started reaching out to me and telling me about their military sexual trauma. And also the reading of the testimonies, man. That reading of the testimonies on hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen.
Yep.
It was too much. Obviously, I knew that sexual harassment and assault happened within the military, but women being left in dumpsters after they've been gang raped, women threatened to be thrown overboard, into the middle of the ocean after being raped. Several Marines standing outside the window of a soldier and harassing her. Like, it's unfathomable, and then just to pour salt in the wound, like, after all that trauma, like, they aren't even believed when they speak up about it, right? So, that was the reason that I felt so compelled to, make a statement. I wanted to make it known that, silence is violence, right? Like, if you're not speaking up about this, you're condoning it. You're a part of the problem. I want to be a voice for the voiceless, So.
I really appreciate that. And then last but not least, Armando, for you, and we sit here and support. I think it's super important. We're going to do a bit of a more in-depth interview with you shortly, but really want to speak on, for you, standing up not only for your personal story, but if you can talk about some of the advocacy work that you've done since you've exited the military right now to help others that are maybe having a hard time processing whatever trauma they're going through.
Yeah, I do some work with an organization called Project Llano, which stands for Youth and Non-Military Opportunities. And the things we do is provide them. We're not against the military or for the military. We kind of just give you like more information that recruiters don't initially tell you, or they might deceive you with. And we give this information so that humans or people can make their own decisions for themselves. And it's more like for colleges, for work, trade work, because I feel like in my personal story, I was preyed on because of my socioeconomic status. And this is how I ended up joining the military in order to attain some educational benefits.
Yeah, that is, something that I wanted to touch on as my last question to wrap up with you is one of the things that we know, and again, the silence is compliance. So many people are so moved by what you all are saying, is we know that historically speaking, the military purposely recruits in low-income African-American and Latino communities. And they're selling a bill of goods, if you will, or dreams that now what we're finding out is not necessarily the reality of that. So for you all, would you say that there needs to also be a shift in how we're doing recruitment? Because right now, if our fellow brown and brother, Black and brown kings and queens don't feel safe, I'm not really sure that we should be encouraging them to be enlisting?
Liza, and I definitely have something on that as well. So the Army does a horrible job in screening people as they come in. So the Army's only responsible for just a few things. They are responsible for screening you, making sure you're physically fit, right? Once you get in, they will train you specifically for your military occupational specialty, right? And then once you're complete, they'll do on-the-job station training. And once they're done with that, they'll tell you, hey, sexual harassment is wrong, equal opportunity. You cannot train someone 17 years from their household within 16 weeks to inculcate and indoctrinate sexual harassment, equal opportunity, and all that stuff. So one of my solutions is, why don't we have one of the top grade psychologists to screen these soldiers? Because what happens is, when you join things, certain organizations like Delta Force or Special Forces, one of the most elite operatives, in the world, they go through this certain psyche, and then a lot of them fail and they don't know why. But whatever it is that they're doing, they need to incorporate that in the very beginning, because people are sick in the head, you know, and like, what do we do to stop that? You know, and it starts there, and that's the beginning of it. And then once they're in there, it's leaders. They need to set conditions. And I do it all the time when I hear soldiers talking about, the weekend. Oh yeah, this weekend, check it out. I was with these fine broads or chicks and stuff like that in front of everybody. I said, hey man, come here. Do you got sisters? Do you appreciate them being called broads and etc.? You have to set the conditions. You have to let people know that, hey, we don't play that here. And it starts there. And I'll stop there.
No, I love that. And Armando, I'll defer to you
I'll
for this
agree with
too, because one thing that I think is really important is what you shared with us, that what was your sexual assault and sexual harassment training? What did that look like? I mean, that to me got me.
Yeah, it looked like we were just put in a room and it was like a PowerPoint presentation. And they're like, hey, you need to sign your name on this, and pretty much check the box, sign your name. Hey, okay, next training. Sign your name, next training. And because they had to fill up the training.
So I want you all at home to see that these gentlemen all were shaking their head, because this is something similar. And when I heard that, one of the things Armando shared was that, yeah, sometimes we had to go in and we're like, wait, are we getting the training? They would be told, no, we got other things to do that are more important. So that space wasn't even held to have the freaking training in the first place, which again blows my mind. And basically we're just saying, just sign it off. It's like a checkbox. It's, what a lot of people are talking about, just putting that black square on Instagram and having that token patronage, and then be like, all right, I did my job. I put a black square on Instagram. Let's go. And, oh, I did my job. I took sexual harassment training. I signed my name, keep it pushing. And that's exactly not helpful. It's the opposite, because what we're saying is, if we're not holding space for it, it's not important to discuss. Therefore, it's not important to change. Therefore, it's not even important to recognize. So with that, Quest, I'll leave the last word for you. And then I'm going to thank you fellows so much for being here.
Okay, so yeah, I want to jump on real quick. Yeah, Armando, you're right. Like, sexual harassment training it's kind of a joke, right? Like, just to caveat of what he's saying, like, I've several times shown up and just like he said, throw my name on it, or throw a couple other gentlemen's names on it, because they might be tied up with whatever other duties on the side, just to throw their names on it or whatever, just to sign off on them so they're good. The other thing I want to jump on is, I am a special forces operator. And the Sergeant Major is correct. Like, I think that it is important that we start conducting some type of psychological evaluations on, some of the people that are trying to join, things like that. So one more thing, and I think this is important, because I think a lot of these soldiers think that they're doing their unit a favor by not speaking up. I think we have to change that culture, right? When you see something, you're supposed to say something, right? That's what we're supposed to do. I honestly think that if you're not saying something, you're not protecting the unit. You're protecting predatory behavior, and you're giving it a comfortable home, right? And that's the culture that we need to change right there.
That is just so powerful, gentlemen. I can't agree with you enough. And I thank you. As you can see, the comments are coming in. Krista, who was with us earlier. That is something I told the board needs to change. They do a PowerPoint, but nothing more. I suggested that survivors that are willing to speak during these trainings should go around and educate. I feel that's so powerful as a fellow sister in arms for you all. And, you know, Leslie, I do want to shout her out because another great comment that, you know, Leslie Portillo on Facebook saying, thank you for the real men that know how to honor women and be the example to hold their brothers accountable. So I feel that is the best way to wrap. I thank you all. Armando, you're going to stay with us, but Giovanni and Quest, thank you not only again for your service in the military, please stay safe, but also thank you for your service of being a man and teaching those around you how to really step up. We hope to be in touch with you and to continue in this fight together for Vanessa and for those in her shoes.
All right.
Thank you. So Armando, you know, our story continues with you. And first and foremost, I want to welcome back my fellow co-host Zuleyka here and to chat about things as we're bringing Armando on. So one thing that we actually wanted to even say, Zuleyka, I don't know if you're ready, but we know Vegas was in your life. So we want to say congratulations.
Married man.
Yes. For those who don't know, we so appreciate you again, Armando, for all you're doing. But he actually went to Vegas this weekend to get married and still made it back to hold space for Vanessa and everyone in this situation. And that really goes to show the character of who you are, the man that you are. And I just want to thank you because as a Latina, it's very clear how well raised you are. So Armando, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you. Mira, Armando, when we were looking for who we wanted to have on the show and stuff, and I went on Twitter, was looking at the hashtag, and I came across two of your tweets. And you didn't share a lot, but you said enough for me to be like, this man has a story. And I feel like if you share it, perhaps other men can come forward with their assault story in the military, because as we know, men are less likely to report sexual assault. And you actually have been courageous enough. I know you've been a little hesitant, but you've been courageous enough to come forward and share your story and your experience. And I think it's so important to just emphasize and also highlight that this is not only a problem that I'm sure at much higher rates, but it's not only a problem that women go through. Men in the military also face sexual assault. And with that being said, I would like you to just share your story. So yeah, just.
Okay. So I had just returned back from Afghanistan and I was in a unit. And whenever I get to a unit, I try to find camaraderie, friendship, and I lean toward a person that I thought to be my mentor, like a father figure, a brother figure. And he was renowned in the unit. He was like the first sergeant. He was a mentor to young soldiers. And he was also the sexual harassment officer, like the person that you report sexual harassment to. And I never thought it would happen to me, or if it crossed my mind that something would happen to me, I thought I would be able to do something about it, fight back or speak out. And I didn't know how to react when it happened. I stayed quiet. I let it keep happening also because I was afraid that he wasn't in a place of power and he was the one that we were supposed to be reporting it to. So there was nowhere to go for me. If he was placed in a place of power, how was I going to trust any higher up than that? And it was really difficult. I hid it because I didn't know how my family would react. And I'm really thankful of how they reacted when I told them. They were really supportive. But just growing up in this culture, in the Latino culture, I didn't know how they were going to react, or if they would said like, why didn't you fight? You know? And it was really difficult to not tell my partner at the time either. And other people, I would just go on living, hiding behind a smile. And it was really difficult for me to hold it. And whenever I saw what happened to Vanessa, I've just about had enough. And I let out a tweet, and I didn't know the impact it would have. And then after that, I got the courage to tell my family. I got the courage to speak out to other reporters and things like that. And it's just a responsibility of us survivors to speak out on what happened to us so that other people can talk as well.
Yeah, I think something that is so troubling is that the person that was committing that crime against your aggressor, he was the person that you would have had to report to. So we can see how problematic that was. Was there any other resource available to you? Because I think that speaks to how flawed the structure is, right? If that's the only person that you have available to, if that was the only person, and who would you have nowhere to go?
Yeah, he was my first line leader and also the sexual harassment representative, which should have been like two different people or more people. But I didn't feel comfortable doing unrestricted or restricted because I knew that somewhere I was gonna get retaliated against, and I had already sacrificed my mental health and my physical health to get my benefits, and I didn't want to lose them.
And that to me, I'm sorry, Zuleyka, but that to me, I think is something that's so key, Armando, is that as we mentioned earlier, Krista touched on that. I asked Natalie earlier about that restricted, unrestricted, and benefits being used as a token. And I feel that that is something that also needs to change just as much as we had our jaws on the ground, to be quite frank, when we found out that any act of sexual deviance that you do while in the military doesn't actually follow you into private life, which just continues to blow my mind. One of the other things that also blew our mind was what you said, that even when you report, if you actually go to, in your case, your aggressor was the person that you were supposed to report to. So technically, if they say no, you can't go above their head, because if you do, they will threaten to take away things like your benefits, as you're mentioning. And so part of the legislation change that I personally would like to see, and that what Natalie's fighting for in this bill, is that that shouldn't even be a token to be able to take away. You have signed up, you bought into this bill of dreams that they sell you, which ends up being a bill of nightmares if this is the way that they're going to be treating you, right? That should not in no way affect how you are taken care of after, if you've done every other single thing when you yourself, the victim, have been victimized and yet are being treated as if you're the perpetrator.
And just to follow with what Liza's saying, and a different question I have for you that kind of ties in together, is that you mentioned how the grooming aspect of the aggressor, right? So how you weren't sure exactly if it was right or wrong in the beginning, but it was, because you guys are so young going into this. So my question to you is, were you aware of this particular person grooming any other individuals or someone that went through something similar like yourself?
Once I realized that that's what was going on, then I was looking for the clues, because I was like, oh, well, he would buy me stuff and he would hang out with me, and it looks wrong. But then whenever I start putting the puzzle pieces together, I was like, he's like that with so and so, and he's like that with somebody else. And I knew that once I left, it was safe for me to be like, hey man, or hey, like, watch out for this, like this. And then I would put it in words like, hey, it doesn't look good that you're higher rank, like, and you would hang out together. So like, just be aware of that. And I wasn't trying to blast it out there, but at least, because I didn't know if he could reach me, and unfortunately he was still able to find me after I blocked him on everywhere. He would still find ways to message me. So I knew that my benefits would, like, I wanted them intact.
So another question. So when you decided that you wanted to transfer out of there, you requested an expedited transfer. What was that process for you?
That was really difficult because he had so much pull within the unit that he was like, oh, well, that's not a valid reason, or so and so. I had to find a valid reason for me to leave, and I couldn't give them the valid reason because it would unravel everything.
And that in and of itself is something that we're also seeing as a common thread, right? That they find all these little loopholes to use against you. And someone said it earlier, right? Like, you're never going to be given the easy way to sue the government, because the government in this sense is not the oppressor, because again, we don't want to bash the government, but in this sense, that is whoever's working for wants to protect. So they're not trying to necessarily empower you with the tools to be able to go after them for the wrongs that have been committed. So to that end, Armando, as you continue to advocate for others, a couple of people were asking in the comments, can you share the name of your organization and how they can find it if they themselves want resources?
Yeah, you can find it at, it's called Project Llano. It's a nonprofit organization, and we try to find you the resources that are provided so that you don't have to go through the military like I did or vets did in order to get those kinds of resources that you're looking for.
Fantastic. And before we let you go, another really important question for us that, you know, we wanted to touch on, and that, again, I'm so humbled that you agreed to share. We know that en nuestra cultura latina, hablando de, pues, de las cosas que pasan que de verdad no deberían de pasar, especialmente cuando es algo como sexual assault, que es muy difícil a veces hablar con nuestros padres. So I know that you came forward with this hashtag for the first time with hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen to share your story. So, Armando, cuando tú decidiste compartir esta historia con tus padres, ¿dónde encontraste pues el esfuerzo para no nomás compartirlas, pero más importante, sé que recientemente tuviste la conversación con tu papá. ¿Nos puedes contar en inglés y en español cómo te fue esa conversación?
Sí, con mi familia fue difícil para mí porque no sabía cómo iban a reaccionar, pero cuando vi que mucha gente mostraba el apoyo en Twitter, nomás lo mandé. Les dije, aquí está mi historia, o mandé mi tweet y respondieron. Me sorprendieron porque yo no sabía qué iba a pasar y yo temía que iba a ser algo mal, pero me apoyan, me siguen apoyando en todo lo que hago y estoy feliz de eso. And in English, well, I shared my tweet, and I didn't know if I was going to come forward with my family or not, but after seeing people support me, I decided just to post a tweet on this chat that I have with my family. And I didn't know, I feared that it might go wrong because I mean that's what was eating me up in my mind, but instead my family surprised me and I got a lot of support, and they still keep continuing to support in everything that I do, so I'm really grateful for all that.
Thank you so much, Armando. We're showing your website there. So many people are moved for your story, as are we. Again, we thank you as you continue to seek justice and peace and healing for being here, and we look forward to, you know, staying connected in this fight.
Thank you so much for taking the time to do this, Armando. Gracias.
I love it. So, wow, Z, wow.
I mean, it just speaks to, I think, the military is like, okay, yeah, there's the good leadership, and then there's also bad leadership. But how about we make it to where even if there are bad apples, the person still has options to report regardless. So then maybe it's more of a structural change that we need, right? I mean, we need a lot of changes, but
man,
it's just so disturbing and troubling that the sexual harassment officer was his perpetrator. That is mind-blowing to me. And the fact that he didn't have another resource to go to, that was like the only person that he had to request his expedited transfer from that person.
Yes. And as we heard from some of our other survivors, when they've requested that, they told them no to their face. And so then they have to sit there. And as one of them shared with us also in confidence, they even had to train their oppressor. One had to train her rapist. I'm like, what is happening? Like, I don't even understand how you now have to show this mental strength to know, okay, I have to look my rapist in the eye and pretend that didn't happen, when deep down inside, he knows he can get away with it. There's no accountability. And it's like he won one over me. And to have to know that you can't speak out because you'll be punished is something that is absolutely unacceptable. So to that end, we're going to invite our fellow producer and co-host in arms here, Karina Luna, to join us, because we have another powerful story of how this assault starts even at the very beginning, that drastically shifts someone's career path. So Karina, we're passing the baton over to you. It seems like the light is also passing it over to me. And then we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. And again, we want to just, for those of you who are tuned in, thank you guys for tuning in. Please make sure that you look at the petition link in the comments. Please, if you're in the Washington, D.C. area, please support the protest and the march out there. And just lend your support for us and the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill. We're going to move on and introduce Barbie, who is another woman, a thriver. If we can just get her on. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. You look beautiful, girl. We got the little bulletin.
Well, I'm working. So.
Yeah. So Barbie, I know that, can you give us a little bit about your background? I do remember that you come from a long line of family of service, and that you wanted to kind of follow in that legacy and those footsteps.
Yes, sort of. So my father was a Marine. My brother was a Marine. And then when my father got out of the Marines, he became a Philadelphia police officer, and that's where he retired as a police officer after, I think it was like 25 or 30 years. Then he went on to work at the U.S. Mint, where he was when he was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer, and he passed away shortly after. So I was 14 and my father passed away. My siblings are much older than I am. And, you know, we didn't have the greatest connection then because of our age difference, but because my father had passed away and I had to think about what I was going to do, my mom said, you know, what are you going to do with your life one day on the way to school? And I was like, huh? And I walked into school and there was a Navy recruiter there. And he said, what are you going to do with your life? And I was like, I don't know. And so I knew that, you know, I kind of wanted to either be in medicine, and I always loved cooking. I didn't even think about cooking being my career because I thought, you know, one day I'm going to grow up and be a doctor. So after this recruiter asked me, you know, what are you going to do with your life? And I think at that point in time, I was like 15 years old. And I said, I don't know. I was very close to turning 16, and I wound up taking my ASVAB and getting sworn into the Navy at 16 and leaving because I graduated from high school when I was 17. So my story with the Navy starts really then, where I graduated from high school and went to boot camp. And I was in the last week, I was in the service week of boot camp when I went to a petty officer because I lost my cover. And I needed to go from from one building to a next building, and I didn't have a cover. So I went to a superior, like, my cover isn't in my cubby. What am I going to do? And he said, oh, we'll go check the lost and found. And, you know, I'm 17 and naive. And I did question, like, there's a lost and found here? Oh, okay. But I mean, again, this is someone that's above me. He's a petty officer, 3rd class. He's the person that I've been working with the entire week. It's the last day. We're about to pass and review. And so we go up some stairs, down some corridors, and he's like, just in that room. And when he opens the door, it's pitch black, and I know I'm in trouble. I know I'm in trouble. And then I'm shoved into this room, and all of a sudden I'm fighting for what I can only call as my virtue. And I did. I fought my way away from him. I fought my way out of that room, and I grabbed a paper cover and ran back to my barracks, and I found my cover on my pillow. So at that point,
and at that, I'm just going to interject right there because, again, we touched on a few different things, right? We touched on, again, being young, being recruited in a certain, you know, stage of your life where we don't really have experience or understanding as to life per se. So that's kind of one vulnerability there.
Right.
And then, like you said, you spend some time with this person, kind of build this trust with this person, and then, you know, there's the praying part, right? I also wanted to bring to light. I know you're at work. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. You said that you purposely, as a consequence of that assault, you purposely went AWOL, and that I believe you said legally you can do up to 29 days before they like.
So in the military, you can go up to 29 days, and it's an unexcused. It's called a UA in the Navy, unexcused absence. And anything over 29 days is then deserter, especially if you're at a time of war. So this happened, and I went on to my A school. And it was during my A school that things kind of got really wonky. And, you know, I told my sister, I told my husband, my future husband, and what had happened. And my future husband was actually enlisted in the Navy. That's how we met before I left for boot camp. And so he was like, okay, this is where you have to file a complaint. This is what you have to do. And we didn't know that it was going to open this can of hazing worms. And so I'd already planned on going home for Thanksgiving. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to force a hand to go to mass. And we sat down and we discussed it. And I didn't tell my immediate family. I didn't tell my mom or my sisters or anything where I was, what I was doing. I went to my now late husband, and I just waited, and then went to the train and went back to the Great Lakes area. And when I got to mass was when I realized I was in for the fight of my life, literally. because all of my advisors, all of my classroom advisors got up and said that I was a substandard sailor, that I was a substandard student. And, you know, they just completely bashed me. And so
I'm going to introduce, then enter all the psychological abuse, right? Because I think one thing that we're seeing is that, of course, there's a physical assault of some sort, but then there's also this psychological, you know, like warfare. Right. And so I want to touch on you, like, were an amazing student, so that didn't fly with you, like you being labeled a standard student, and that your father had taught you to keep records, right?
Keep records. And so, and the military does keep records. So, you know, I have all of my advisors, most of whom I've not spent very much time with at all, saying that I'm this substandard sailor, I'm a substandard student. And I said, okay. And I can see the rage in my CEO's face. And so I just said, he said, you know, what do you have to say for yourself? And I said, could you look at my records? And as soon as he opened up my records and he looked at them, I could see the change in his face. And he gave me like this sentence of like 3 months restriction with the SEALs, which was petrifying at first when I heard that, and, you know, 3 months half pay. And the very next day he called me to his office and he said, what's really going on here? You have the highest GPA this A school has ever seen. The highest GPA that you could get in core school was a 97.50, and I had a 97.50.
That's right.
And so we had a long discussion, and he said, you know, we can make this disappear. I can send you to, there was another core school in San Diego. You can go to San Diego. You can start school all over again. We can erase this from your record and, you know, just make sure that that didn't happen. And I said, well, if you can do all that, then I should get out. Because what I can tell you for myself as a person is, I can't imagine being on a boat and going down ladders and having someone grab me in a dark corridor, because someone's going to die. And at this rate, it's not going to be me.
And, you know, it goes back to what was mentioned earlier, your leadership, right? You know, I know that people keep referring to, like, there are some good leaders in there, and that's true. But unfortunately, my opinion is good leaders don't necessarily all the way count if the structure is flawed, because there's not many good leaders. We can have good leaders all over the place. But now, Ms. Barbie, you've gone on to be a chef, a award-winning chef. So you've had like your own success story, which is right. So can you share a little bit as to what your cooking passions lead you to?
So my cooking passion is international comfort food, and truly the reason I've always loved to cook. I was 3 years old. Both my parents cooked. It wasn't like there were specific roles on, you know, mom makes dinner and dad goes out and pays the bill. No, mom worked, dad worked, everybody cooked. And they just encouraged me from 3 to cook. And then I realized that I just love the way food makes people feel. And I love the experience that you have with food, because you may not even speak the same language, but you can share a meal and so much emotion through that and so much experience through that. And
so can you share with our audience that you were a part of a TV show and that you...
Sure. So because of the loss of my husband, my kids actually dared me to go on Hell's Kitchen after we were having a talk. And I put myself in a place that I did. And I went on season 10 and I was a finalist. I got my black jacket. And then recently I was invited back to be a Hell's Kitchen All-Star. And so I went back for that. And because of COVID, they're re-airing it. So that's, you know, I'm a surf thriver.
Thriver for real, Barbie. You are, for those of you who are just tuned in, Stir Thriver is survivors who are overcoming and turning their pain to power and thriving. And so I'm so happy to see, you know, that you are one of who've been able to do that. And I'm so happy that you're thriving and that you have a smile on your face and that you have also lent your voice and you've come out in support of Vanessa Guillen and the many others like her.
I had to. I absolutely had to. And I'll tell you that when I first started seeing that first she was missing, I was following very closely and I was like my heart was breaking. And as the story unfolded and as I found out more details, I called my sister, and my sister was one of the few people that knew that story. I hadn't told anyone other than my late husband and my sister that they are the only two people and that CEO that know the entire story.
Wow. So it was
And
like your first sharing.
it was the first time that I shared it because I had spoken to my sister and we started talking about Vanessa, and I said, that could have been me. And she said, I was talking to my husband, and those were that was the exact word that I said, that could have been her. And so I said, I've been quiet for too long. Like, there's my fear of what is my fear? My fear is that this will happen to someone else, and my silence is encouraging that fear. And now I have this platform to stop that fear. And so I had to share.
And thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for being a part of this moment, that is turning into a movement. Thank you so much for lending your voice. And we wish you so much luck. And we hope to see you on the next episodes.
Tuesday.
Thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Weekend. Thank you. All right, everybody. So we're going to keep the show going. Again, if you have just tuned in, we have been taking the time to speak with a lot of survivors who have come forward bravely to lend their support towards the Vanessa Guillen movement. Again, we're introducing a bill on July 30th. So please check the comments. There's links in the comments. I'm going to go ahead and bring on our co-producer for the show.
Yes, co-producer, executive producer, we're doing catering backstage. We're sending virtual tacos to everybody, doing all the things out here. But we just want to thank everyone. I worked with God, changed my lighting just a little bit as it's all moving. And again, just want to thank Barbie. I love how she brings her heart and her passion to everything. And even through the pain, as a fellow survivor, can find the smile and feel the good. And that she really found her success in cooking and baking and has really been able to not only overcome and shine, but now be able to use this platform for good to step up and stand up for those who can't. So big thank you again to Barbie. Now coming up next is someone else who really has gone viral with her story and who was very inspired by what happened with Vanessa. And I know this was one that we all, when we were scouting to the casting, she was one that ended up being on all of our lists. And so without further ado, we'd like to introduce you to Sadie. So Sadie, welcome to hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, the project. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm honestly my chest is so tight listening to everyone's stories. I have so much respect for everyone. I loved the male segment. That was great. It's just so powerful.
Yes. No, thank you. And so Sadie, for everyone at home to know a little bit more about your story, can you let them know the part of the military that you were in? And I know we don't have too much time. We're officially over, but we're holding space because this is an important topic. So what your story is in terms of why you felt the need to come forward and why you think it went viral.
So it's crazy. I've actually shared my story before. I am Sadie Strong. I was in the Navy. I joined the Navy right after high school. It was not really the plan. I was the captain of my cheer team. I was very girly. And I remember being at college and I was like, hey, Mom, I think I'm going to join the Navy. And my parents have always been super supportive of me with everything I've ever done. And they were like, okay, honey, if that's what you want to do. And I did. And I think what upsets me the most about what the whole Vanessa Guillen is that, also another woman who's young and was like, this is something I really want to do. I want to be a part of something bigger than myself. And then to see that she was betrayed by her actual command and how far things had gotten, that it was just extremely frustrating to me that it took someone to die to even start a movement that is something that's been going on for years, way before I was enlisted, way before grandparents and grandparents. It's always been an issue. And it's just really frustrating. And that all these people, we have the same stories. We are getting the same training. And when we go to tell other people about this training about sexual harassment, it is a joke and we feel crazy saying it. And I always felt crazy when I would try to explain to people like how the like culture is. And they like it, I wouldn't get believed. But now that I'm seeing everyone else, I'm like, oh, I'm not crazy. That really was how it was. That really is the culture of the military. It's insane.
That's what the hashtag did. I think social media has been a great thing because it can have a great impact. It can reach a lot of people at once. And I think that when people from different parts of the nation, different ages, different diverse backgrounds can see, oh my gosh, it's trackable. Look at how many stories. Look at, it's just, it's insane.
Yes, and I think in addition to also being insane, I think it's, as much as it is infuriating, it really is, going back to what Mama Guillen said, at the top, is that she now will not stop until she has the hands, literally, of those who are guilty for taking her daughter in her palm, and is really sees this change. And to hear her really come at it with this vigor, and seeing the way that she has raised all her daughters to really stand up and use their voice and awaken, much like George Floyd, we saw awaken all moms when he called out for his mom, to see the way that Vanessa's mother has literally called for all of those who are brothers and sisters, aunts, uncles, mothers, brothers, those in the military, to stand up and rise up, not just for Vanessa, but those in her shoes, has been extremely powerful. So Sadie, what would you want people to know in terms of, we've heard a lot about the bill, and like you said, even with our male allies that we had here today, telling how this is definitely a culture and how we need a culture of change. So what would you say that people need to know as to how to advocate or fight for a change that maybe they haven't heard yet as of today?
I think what first needs to happen over everything else, I don't know if someone else had said this or not, but to me, for every 12-step program, everything, no matter if it's drinking, any type of addiction, any type of problem, the first step is admitting that there is a problem. And I think what's most infuriating is that the military as a whole, no matter what the branch is, will not come out and say, you know what? Yes, sexual assault and harassment is an issue here. So it's literally letting the culture and the perpetrators know that that's a safe place for this to happen, because it's not an issue. And if it does ever arise being an issue, if somebody does report it and, trust the system, because they tell us from day one, this is your family, you can trust us. It's not true. You're one, probably not going to be believed. Two, the person that did it to you is in your chain of command. They're above you. And it's a safe place because nothing is going to happen, and it's extremely frustrating. So I think what really needs to happen is that conversation of, yes, this is a problem. It needs to be established and it needs to be taken head on, because it's not.
Yes, I think you really hit the nail on the head with that, Sadie. And for those young women out there who, like you, have dreams of joining the military in whatever division that is, what advice would you give them? Do you think at this time you feel that it is a safe space for them, or do you feel like that is something that they need to be aware of? Because I think what was interesting in you sharing your story, and what we've heard from so many other survivors, was that there was a naivete. You had no idea just how bad it was, because it isn't something that's necessarily talked about.
Ooh, sorry. And I think it's frustrating. My chair. Yeah, so I just remember being in and being so excited. It was such a new lifestyle. I'm with all these new people. I didn't know anyone. I was brand new. Right when I got in, went on deployment, straight overseas, straight to the Middle East. And I was told, this is your family. Like, you should feel safe. These are, here you go. And it's just, I still can't comprehend that it was still my leaders who assaulted me. And then after reporting, was, harassed even more than it would have been if I probably would have stayed quiet. And that's I honestly have no words for that.
And you also said that women were part of the problem with your harassment as well, right?
Correct. So yeah. And that's also, I guess so my first assault was actually, I had gone out, I volunteered to go on Liberty with multiple people. It was multiple women, multiple males. We had gone out to the bar afterwards, after eating, and I was with, I did not know them very well, but that's who was in my command, and this is who I went out with, the people who I worked with. And I remember having one drink, and after that, I remember nothing. I remember getting back onto a bus. I remember someone having to wake me up on the bus because they were like, hey, you have to give your ID because we're on a foreign base in Bahrain, and they have to see your ID. And I remember them picking me up, and I was just kind of like holding my ID card, going in and out. I don't remember getting to the base. I don't remember getting off the bus, going into our room. I remember waking up the next day, seeing images that two males and a female had taken, having sex with my body while I was unconscious. So I just remember going up to these people who, one of them I for sure thought was my friend, and he kept telling me, that's not what that was. Like, if you didn't want that, you shouldn't have went drinking with us. You're overreacting. This isn't what that is. And then shortly after was shipped off.
I'm like, I'm so thank you for coming forward and being brave enough to have that conversation, right? But two, this is where I get so angry. There's so many of the survivors that we've spoken to. It all starts the same way. I went out for a few drinks. You shouldn't have to be punished because you are young and going out to live life, right? Number one. And then number two, like you said, the most angering part, the enraging part is that they try to turn it on you. Well, why were you drinking? Why were you out? That didn't happen. No. You're crazy,
And the fact that I wasn't 21 at the time. I was only 19 or 20. And the base gives, you have a whole sit down when you first get there. Oh, I'm your commander, and you were brave enough to join the Army or Navy, and I say you can drink while you're overseas on deployment. So that's allowed. But then once you report anything back in America, they're like, well, you were underage drinking.
Right.
The double standard in that is just crazy to me. And as it is,
Yeah.
and I think this is also really important to note, as we heard so many from, the survivors that we've talked to, is that drinking culture is excused in a way when you're in the military, because if you don't join the boys, in majority, and the few ladies that are there in part of it, you are also now looked at as the weird one. Like, what do you mean you don't want to come and socialize? Like, you're like, no, I'm just trying to stay in and do my thing. So the peer pressure is so strong because, of course, you're seeing such atrocities during the day, whether you're overseas or you're training for something. And at some point, I'm sure it's just a lot on your mental health. But it's interesting that even that is that mental warfare that's being used. If you don't show up to come hang out with us, you now are part of the problem. And then you do show up and then you get violated. And now you're still part of the problem because you showed up. So I'm like, it's a non-win situation here.
Correct.
Right. And so that, I think, is the big issue. So Sadie, we want to thank you again so much for being here, for sharing your story, for being so vocal, online, for holding space, not only for Vanessa, but for other military brothers and sisters in arms who are going through this. We've seen you out there commenting, and, I know it's not an easy process, and we hope to stay connected and see you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Wow, Karina. It's been a day, right?
It's been a month. It's been a month. Because I want to, it's the audience does not get to see all that we've seen and the many that we've spoken to, and all of the patterns, all of the commonalities. They're very specific. They're very similar, and that's why I'm really grateful, and we're bringing spotlight to this bill to pass, because it needs reform. Okay. We can't keep saying, just like the police and just like the military, there's a few good ones. That's not going to cut it. It's a big structure. We need reform in the structure to protect our soldiers, our Black and brown brothers and sisters in arms. So I'm just. Oh.
And I think you mentioned something that was really important for us when we were, there were so many stories. I wish we could have everybody on here, but we were really looking for stories that, were in its own way telling a bigger representation of what we kept seeing in a recurring theme. But one thing that really struck all of us, especially as we came together and we were selecting, like, did you see this? Did you see this? Is the diversity, right? We have BIPOC across the board, and even, our white sisters and brothers that are coming across the board and sharing it. So again, it shows that it isn't a female or a male issue. It's not necessarily Republican or Democratic issue or one of color. Unfortunately, though, people of color are the ones highest that are suffering this. But that to me was something that I really wanted to highlight, is that we wanted to showcase that across the board, that diversity, to really emphasize that this is something that if you are a citizen here in the United States, if you are a resident here in the United States, that you need to be aware of, that those who are fighting for you, unfortunately, some of them are not even safe. And unfortunately, some of them are also to be feared. And so that's a difficult conversation to face. Again, very grateful for what the military does, but this is one of those jobs where we can't have any bad apples. And so in doing that, we do want to be able to hear from some other survivors. So we're going to pass the baton over to our fellow co-producer and co-host, Jess Meza. And let's see if Jess is with us. The internet's acting up, so we might jump back in. But Jess, can you hear us? Let's see. I think she might be.
What amazing stories.
Yeah, Karina, can you hear her?
No, I can't.
You can hear me.
Okay. Jess, we're going to see if you can jump back out and then jump back in. And then we're going to go ahead and bring Chanel. So, Karina, I'll leave you with Chanel. And then we'll be back with, a few more. And just a reminder to everyone at home, we actually do have one of Vanessa's close friends, Frida Hernandez, joining us closely. And the Guillen family will be back with us. And then we do have some updates from Natalie. So please stay tuned. Again, the links are in the comment for you to sign the petition to help the family get to 1 million signatures. The link to the GoFundMe to help the family raise money for this march that's happening in Washington, D.C. There's permits they have to pay for and other expenses, the stage, that we would love it if even if it's a few dollars that you can donate. And again, finally, last but certainly not least, is to prepare for the fact that the bill is going to be introduced on July 30th. And we want you right now, take advantage of this time. You have a few days to get this homework for change done, as I call it, to find out who are your elected officials, so that when that bill drops, you can pick up the phone, you can send them a tweet, you can tag them on Instagram. You basically can be seen. So with that, Karina, I pass the baton to you.
Well, thank you. So has been a very heavy day, and we've been trying our very, very best to, to share a lot of these brave soldiers' stories, as again, we amplify this movement towards getting justice for Vanessa Guillen and others like her. So I'd like to introduce Chanel. Hi, Chanel.
Hi, how are you?
Thanks for your patience. Chanel, I know that you call yourself an Army brat and that you have you have an Air Force background, correct?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm actually an Air Force brat, like 3rd generation. My grandparents, my father, my aunts and uncles, everybody has been a part of the Air Force. So when I heard a certain portion of the creed, it said, you're faithful to a proud tradition, and a tradition of valor. And that's very true for me. So as I came to the end of high school, I realized I didn't really have a plan. I didn't have, college scholarships. I didn't have money on the table, and I didn't really have an idea of what I wanted to be when I grew up. So, the Air Force was a viable option for me. I saw that it worked out for my family members. So I thought that was a safe choice, but unfortunately I was unaware of the culture that I was kind of born into.
And can you also tell our audience how old you were when you enlisted?
I was 19 years old. So I waited about a year. My dad told me, hey, you need to go to the recruiter's office. So I tried to get a couple odd jobs. And I realized it just wasn't working. There's no way that I was ever going to be independent or have any upward mobility working at Toys R Us or working at the Hilton or anything like that. So I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and call my recruiter back. And, at first it felt like a great decision. But I realized in basic training that there was a lot of things that weren't talked about or discussed.
Can you share a little bit of what you experienced?
Okay, so actually, I was very surprised that Representative Castro and Representative Gillibrand were actually brought into this, because the case that he referred to earlier, that basically rocked Lackland Air Force Base with basic training, was my case. My military training instructor in basic training, Staff Sergeant Lewis Walker, was actually accused of assaulting and harassing over 13 women. I was probably the second woman that he harassed. And he basically set the tone by saying vulgar jokes, saying things like, all daddies B words get into the day room, or referring to our bodies, saying, oh, you guys need to shave, we're not the wolf pack, kind of making jokes about different squadrons. Also, they would take our identification cards and they would rack and stack us based on how attractive they felt we were, and whether or not they felt you were attractive, you got more phone time, you got other benefits, but there was a lot of other inappropriate things going on. At one point, he searched through my phone. He was looking for inappropriate pictures. He looked at my medical records, saw that my asked me where my tattoos were, asked to see them. And when I wouldn't let him see them, he tried to go into my phone and look through my pictures. And then one day he ended up throwing me onto a bed and said, anything that happens here stays here. It's not cheating if you get caught. And going into that culture, he was the authority. He was the person we were getting the training from. He was the person that we saw on a regular basis. There was no one else to tell. I thought that was normal. So me trying to get out of basic training, just make it to my next duty location, I didn't say anything. By me not saying anything, 10 other women ended up getting assaulted and harassed and unfortunately raped. And they've come forward in their own ways, but it ended up rocking the whole entire Air Education and Training Command within the Air Force. And what was really disheartening about all of this is at the end of our trial, where he received 20 years, everybody thought that was a success. There was only 2 years for each of the women involved. And we were assured by Congress, because there was this huge investigation, that this would never happen again. We were always taught there would be zero tolerance from this point forward. So to see this happen to Vanessa Guillen, and to see this happen to other women, and to see the family go through it.
And can you remind us, for those of you, those who were on, what year was that?
This is actually, I went through basic training in 2010, and I believe the trials were over in 2012.
So that's now 8 years where you felt like Congress made a statement, we're putting our foot down, we won't stand for this. And then here we are 8 years later, and we've lost another sister.
Exactly. And it felt very hypocritical, because I took it upon myself. It's like, you know what? I kept my mouth shut in that scenario and people end up getting hurt. So I kind of went the opposite direction. And I got certified to teach and train and let people know, like, hey, here's the process. Here's how you can get help. And come to find out, that doesn't really work. I can't stand up in good faith, say, you know what? You can tell your supervisor this is happening and you're going to get help. It's not the case. It's not realistic. You're seeing it at the highest echelons of our government, where sexual assault and harassment is not taken seriously. It's not just in the military where this is a problem. It's a American culture.
It is. I agree. You know, and I think that's where I personally kind of found a little commonality. And welcome back, Jess. A little commonality is that, you know, people ask me like, well, you're not in the military, why do you care so much? I'm a woman. I'm a woman in the country, and I've also been a rape victim. And I had to go through stalking, and I had to deal with the government myself for restraining orders and trying to seek protection. And me, myself, it was such a headache for 3 months trying to get protection. And like you said, I felt voiceless. I was being accosted, harassed, stalked, and it's very scary. I can imagine having to be stuck on a base, literally nowhere to go, and having to deal with the same traumas. You know, it's just the extra layer of psychological abuse, you know, and so that's why I came forward. That's why I feel so emboldened by all the other women who've also come forward. Now, before I kick it over to Jess, you made a comment during our initial interview that I wanted to bring up. You felt that it was dangerous for minorities to enlist.
I do. I was grateful for Armando for bringing up his organization, Project Yano, because there should be other opportunities for minorities and women to be able to move upward and receive technical training, receive education and benefits. We shouldn't have to sign our lives away to be able to receive that in a progressive nation. So at this point, I wouldn't be able to recommend that or military service to anybody, even though it's been able to afford my family a lot of great things. It's just not safe. And not only is it not safe, people aren't being held accountable for their actions. So there's really no, in my mind, hope in sight for this culture being able to change, because people aren't taking it seriously. They're not even admitting that it's a problem.
Chanel, how do you think that, other people could support thrivers in this type of situation?
I do believe that this sort of pressure with the petition in the bill, that's very important, making sure that the legal aspect is taken out of the hands of the military, because there is that good old boy culture. In recent years, the military budget has gone down and down, personnel have gone down and down, but we also have more responsibilities. So I think a lot of times commanders look, if I remove this seasoned individual out of the chain of command, I'm losing my key trainer. I'm losing somebody that wears 6 different hats in a shop. So they're looking at it like, okay, this may be a little bit of disruption. Let's give them a warning, but I don't want to lose my key NCO or lose this military training instructor. So I believe that the bill, removing that from the military's chain of command, it's really, really important. So that way they don't have the option to cover it up.
One of the things that you had mentioned when we had interviewed you earlier was your take on Vanessa's murderer being an African-American, and how, because he was an African-American, many people are saying, well, you know, Black people aren't supporting the Latino community, you know, because here we have Black on Latino crime. It's almost like an escape to get away from the situation that's actually at hand, what we're really looking at here. And that was something that you spoke about when we had done our Zoom interview with you.
Obviously, in the nation right now, there's a lot of conversations regarding race relations. It's not just Black and white, Black, Latino, Black, brown. People can't key off on the fact that this individual is Black, because at the end of the day, there's offenders that are white, there's offenders that are brown, there's offenders that are female, there's offenders that are male, just like there's victims all across the board. The culture as a whole needs to be addressed. We can't just focus on the fact that this one individual in this case was Black, because people are getting assaulted no matter who they are, and by people that don't look like, you know, the offender in this case. Obviously, I believe that he's a coward, but I'm not going to stand in solidarity with him just because he was Black. He was also wrong in that scenario. So my offender was Dominican himself, you know, and I believe that maybe that played a part in me not bringing that forward. I don't want to make another person of color get in trouble, you know. But
I think that's I know we're holding the space to have very uncomfortable conversations, right? And I'm so glad that you were comfortable speaking on that, because unfortunately it is a fact. You know, right now, like you said, Chanel, this nation's a little divided because of what's going on, you know, politically. So I'm so glad that you spoke into that. Like, this is not anti-Blackness. This is not, you know, there's so much in our communities individually, you know, that there's conversations that we don't align with and we do want to speak to. You know, even the terms Black on brown, brown on black, I don't like that. That's an internalized racism that that's just crime. That is a man assaulting a woman. That is a crime, period, and point blank. So I definitely agree with you on that. And I think Jess had a question.
Well, one of the things that you had said that really stood out to me, because I found it being a common denominator with many of our survivors, was you said, I can't leave my career, and I quote, I can't leave my career, I can't feed my kids, and I need health care. And on top of dealing with the stress, I have to deal with sexual harassment as well. Now, that was something that stuck to me very much, because it goes into the whole thing of fighting the war when you're out there fighting the war, and then also having to fight a war when you're home.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes a lot of times as women, we run into issues and we may be impacted mentally or physically, but there's still business that needs to be handled. You know, I'm married, I have a son, I have a career, but I don't want to keep going to mental health and risk losing my security clearance and risk losing my ability to feed my family because I've got a weight that I need to pull. You know, we almost don't even have time to rest and ask for the help that we need, because we know that people aren't going to be held accountable on one hand. And we're also going to be told that, okay, you know what, you're not going to be given more responsibility. It seems like you're struggling anyway. That's another conversation that needs to be had. Yes, you know, we're going to help you with mental health. We'll provide these options for you. But I've seen people get pulled off the operations floors. I've seen people get told, hey, you're going to go home. You know what, you can't go on this deployment, because they're bringing up very real issues. So, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we've got business to handle. It doesn't stop for anybody.
I think the exact phrase that you said was, I shouldn't have to sign my life away for upward mobility.
Yes.
And that was the key phrase. It just like, oh, wow. Like,
yeah. Signing a blank check to the DOD. Sign it. You know what? I will give my blood, sweat, and tears for the next 4 to 6 years of my life, the next 20 years of my life, to know that somebody's not even going to take you seriously when somebody is harming you. You know, that they're going to hold pieces of equipment more to a higher standard or to a higher value than the actual people. I, as an NCO and as an instructor, I would tell people, you are my greatest asset. You're the most important person to me. You're the most important thing in this mission. We can't do it without you. But unfortunately, some people just view it as a replaceable cog in the machine. So that's why you're seeing a lot of issues with the retention. People feel it.
Yeah.
And before we let you go, Chanel, and again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for being so vocal and so brave.
Yes.
If you had to do it all over again, if you had to re-enlist, would you?
No, I wouldn't. I think I'd just take those loans, to be honest.
Well, Chanel, we want to thank you for your transparency, and of course, you know, for your service. Thank you, and thank you for the bravery of coming forward and sharing your story with us, because we know that it empowers so many women. It gives them the courage to empower their own voices and come forward with their story. So we thank you very much.
Thank you for holding this space, and hopefully Vanessa gets justice. Praying for her family and also other families out there. Lavina Johnson, still waiting on justice for her as well. So
we'll look into that one. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chanel.
Girl, it's heavy, it's heavy, and it's like I was telling Liza, there's so many commonalities.
Yeah,
commonalities
there are. And I think, just her, and just enough in her saying that she wouldn't re-enlist, I think that says a lot. And I think there's a lot of weight to that, to really understand the choice that you make, and the brown and Black communities that, are constantly being targeted to enlist, and how we really do need protection, and how important it is to get that bill passed. So people, please look in the comments, sign the petition that we have. Donate whatever you can to the GoFundMe for the march in DC, because this is such an important bill. As you can see, with all of these stories being told, we need our soldiers to be protected.
And with that said, I'm going to pass it on to you, Jess, and you can continue it on.
Thank you. Okay, well, our next little surprise that we have for you is another really good friend of mine. She is a powerhouse Latina. She is a superwoman. That is what I call her. Her name is Lizza Vidal. She's an actress. You may most know her from her show Being Mary Jane on BET, and recently she had a show on ABC, The Baker and the Beauty, which was one of my favorite shows. So this is Lizza Vidal. She's a mother, and she was very, very impacted by Vanessa's story.
I am absolutely heartbroken for Vanessa Guillen and her family. The fact that she was not kept safe or protected when she needed to tell the truth about what happened to her is disgraceful. Something has got to change. On July 30th, the Guillen family is presenting the hashtag #IamVanessaGuillen bill to Congress. It is imperative that we as citizens do our part to get this bill passed. It is the very least we can do to protect our soldiers when they do so much to protect us. Please be sure to sign the petition and demand the Army be accountable for the murder of Vanessa Guillen. Help us get this petition to 1 million signatures. Donate what you can to the GoFundMe in support of the Guillen family as they head to DC to advocate for their daughter Vanessa and for those in her shoes, fighting for the passage of the hashtag #IamVanessaGuillen bill. We appreciate you tuning in and standing in solidarity with the Guillen family. Our soldiers go through enough when they are at war, fighting for us, fighting for our country to protect us. They shouldn't have to fight for their lives in our country. Enough is enough.
Wow.
Enough is enough indeed. Right?
Yes.
I so appreciate Chanel. We have all these comments that are flooding also for Chanel. We encourage you again at home. Where do we find the petition? The petition, the link is in the comments. We'll share it again for you. We've been sharing it throughout the show. You can also head over to findvanessaguillen.com for those that don't speak Spanish, and you'll find the petition there as well. We're going to continue to share more about the march, which is happening next week in Washington, D.C. We actually do have the Guillen family coming on, and we have an exciting update from Vanessa's lawyer, Natalie, as well. And then shortly, we actually have Frida, one of Vanessa's closest friend, with us. So we're almost in that home stretch, but we thank everyone that's tuned in. Keep sharing this live stream wherever it is that you're watching it, because we want to hold space for everyone's story, but to really, underscore the fact that Vanessa's case is not one that's isolated, and it's one that we have to continue to champion. We need to continue to say her name and that of others that are also in her shoes. So thank you. A big shout out to Nessa Moran, who said that she too is fighting for the passage of the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill. So we appreciate that. That being said, before we bring on our next survivor, on behalf of Zuleyka, who is backstage currently, and my fellow producers here and I, we also wanted to shout out some of our other military survivors who could not be with us today. There is so many. That hashtag has gone viral at this point, and I would love to hold space. And at the same time, it's bittersweet that there is so many stories, to share, which is what gives us the call for us to have to stand up and rise up. So one of those is Karina, which we'll show here, Karina Lopez. And we wanted to read her quote that she actually prepared in response for her support for Vanessa Guillen. So we'll have that coming up pretty shortly here. So again, this is going to be, there we go. Karina Lopez, we are social security numbers to the Army. They don't care. Oh, but I'm not sure where it went. Gotta love the internet today. If we can put that back up, great. They don't care about us because we are replaceable. Just a piece of government property that is less important than weapons. And that, again, is Karina Lopez. And if you recall, thank you so much for that graphic. That is what we've heard from Giovanni. It's what we heard from Chanel and for so many, that they will shut down a base to look for ammo, or they'll shut down a base to look for weapons. But when it comes to whole human beings being missing, it's not the same protocol. So ladies, before we get to that next quote, how does that make you feel as women?
I mean, for me personally, I do come from a military background. My father was in the Air Force, my brother was in the Navy, and then my stepfather fought in Vietnam. So for me, I mean, the fact that they just use it as an excuse and say when someone has gone missing that they've gone AWOL, that is their excuse. That is their scapegoat. And to me, it's absolutely infuriating to me, because a weapon, to compare it to a human, they should not even be in the same category. And that is definitely something I think that should be implemented in a bill, because they do that to so many soldiers. Immediately once they go missing, they've gone AWOL, and they have an excuse, and now they don't have to see what's wrong with them. Maybe something mental or whatnot. Especially having family.
I wouldn't be surprised when you do have a lot of mental torture happening on that base. You know what I'm saying? On bases that they're going through, regardless of whether it's intentional or not. It's a lot. It takes a lot out of your mental being to really have to be trained to kill someone else, right? So I get it. And if we're not providing them those resources, we're really opening up a whole can of worms of things that can go wrong. Karina?
I express the same sentiments as Jess. It's angering. How is it possible when, again, I don't have any military attachments, no family in it. I'm first generation Mexican American in this country. But even more so from that perspective, I am so angry because a lot of my people are the invisible threat of this country.
Yes.
They say that America has the fabric of America, but we're the threat. We're the invisible threat. We're what keep it going. We're what give it color and texture and warmth and resilience, And so to see that there's no value, it's heartbreaking. But unfortunately for me, I've seen too much. My tears quickly turn into a ball of fist. So
I mean, it's important you protect your soldiers.
Yes, I'm right there. I want to shout out Trina Henson and everyone else in the comments who are showing support. It really touches us. As she's saying, it's been a powerful program today. I retired 20 years ago and can't believe this is still an issue. So my heart goes out to you that you had to deal with this BS 20 years ago as well. I've never signed a petition before, and I signed this minute that I saw it. So I'm so moved, and we continue to encourage you to sign it, share it with at least 3 friends. Let's really get that petition to 1 million is what we want to see. And again, if you have even a few dollars to donate to the family, as they are doing what they can to, now fund a march essentially in DC to stand up, not just for Vanessa, but for those in her shoes, past, present, and future, to really bring change by introducing this bill. We would greatly appreciate it. You could head over to findvanessaguillen as well, .com for more resources. So with that said, Jess, thank you so much for being here with us. Karina and I are going to take the baton, and we have yet another survivor before we actually get the opportunity to speak to Frida Hernandez, which is one of Vanessa's close friends who you might know and have seen online and on the Find Vanessa Guillen hashtag, as well as the Guillen family coming back to talk to us and some exciting updates from Vanessa's lawyer, Natalie. So thank you, Jess. And Karina, are we ready for our next survivor?
Yes.
Awesome. So this next survivor, I have to say, much like Karina and myself, a big shout out again to Krista, who continues to stay very active. She was one of our survivors that was on earlier. We appreciate you. But I want to say this next, Classy Chingona, there's no better way to really describe Triste. I love her name, but I love what she stands for. And we're very excited to bring her on. But one thing that I really want to share about her is that much like what Karina was saying in terms of being an invisible thread, this next woman literally from her bootstraps has picked herself up and her family to where she is. So without further ado, Tristeza Ordes, please come and join us.
Hey, how are y'all doing? I've been watching and participating on Facebook and sharing. So I love that I could be a part of this.
We really, really appreciate it. First and foremost, Tristeza, we want to thank you so much for your service. We want to thank you so much for what you've been doing to advocate for Vanessa and for those also in her shoes, because as we've continued to say and to recognize, this is not an isolated incident. So for those at home, Tristeza, if you can share with them essentially your backstory. You are the American dream in so many ways, and that's something that you claim powerfully. So can you help the audience at home understand why that is?
So I come from, my dad was undocumented when he came to this country. I am the first and only to join the military de mi familia. I'm the oldest of 7. And I joined the Marine Corps, URA, because I wanted to be a part of something bigger than myself. I wanted to get out of the cycle of poverty. I wanted to take care of my parents because, you know, many people that don't know my story don't realize that I used to work in the fields, picking strawberries and blackberries and working in the onion field till I was a junior in high school. And I would see, you know, los viejitos that would be out there, and I never wanted that for my family, for my parents. I used to always think, you know, que me los va a cuidar, like when they're old. And so that was a big part of why I wanted to join. And also because my dad would always say, you know, ustedes que son nacidos aquí en este país tienen que hacer más que yo. And so I joined the Marine Corps. And I remember when I told my dad, you know, I'm going to do it. He's like, you know, mija, estoy bien orgulloso de ti, pero acuérdate que aquí no quieren a los mexicanos. And I was like, haha, you know, calm down, Dad. But now with this happening, it's all, those words have come full circle. And I tried to stay out of what happened with Vanessa Guillen. At the beginning, I tried to distance myself un poquito porque it dredged up a lot of bad things for me personally because I am a survivor. Y desafortunadamente, us that have survived it have more than one story, you know, and I'm sure that these ladies and even the gentleman that shared his story could agree that it's happened more than once to us. And I finally decided on 4th of July was like, yeah, like I'm tired of seeing all these posts about liberty and Pledge of Allegiance and, you know, freedom y libertad y blah, blah, blah. Happy 4th of July, happy Independence Day. And it's like, what are you talking about? We're not free.
Right. Independence for who?
Exactly.
But I can't. And that was one thing that I feel like you're like a soul sister of mine because first generation, my mother would also, you know, be in strawberry fields as she grew up, and she wanted more for herself. She was the middle of 15 children. So I have a lot of like parallels. Right, 15 go, woo, they're bored. So, back in the day. So I felt so much, you know, alignment with you and parallel to you, you know, and like you said, that there's this pride, like, I'm going to be the American dream. I'm going to help my parents have a different, you know, future. And then to see like you said, your dad's words come full circle. And then for me, that's what makes me most upset is the hypocrisy of this country. That they're willing, we love our veterans. We're patriots. We're this, we're that. It's like,
yes.
Where are you when your people need you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's a thing that for me, you know, I know that we connected because of a Facebook post that I had put on 4th of July. I didn't realize that it was gonna blow up like it did, because I'm the type of person, I always say, soy una sinvergüenza, because I'm gonna tell it how it is. Especially, you know, we've been talking to some elected officials and about voting. And let me just say, if you represent me, I live in Orlando 32822. If you represent me, you better be doing the right thing, because you best believe que si no estás haciendo lo que tienes que hacer, I'm going to show up. And if you really piss me off, I'm going to run against you. So don't be the one, because we're...
Hold up. I do. I want to see you run, Chingona. I want to see you run.
I run every day.
So that's for the people who are here. They were, you know, shouting you out as well. And I know that that's an organization that you've been working with. And I do want to get to that. Yeah. About Triste being one of the fiercest, most dedicated organizers. Many of us veterans of color y Latina vets share this immigrant to service story. Go Triste. I love that. And you have a lot of people already wanting to vote for you, wanting you to run. So by all means, I hope that is something that you continue to activate. As someone that's ran for office myself, I know it's not easy, but it is definitely a necessity, right? So my mom and my grandmother raised me to always believe, to not only be super classy until someone messes with you, your vision or your power, but to then, you know, get your hoops on, take them off, do what you got to do, and get chingona to stand up and rise up, right? So one thing that I really love is how you all are doing that with Vets for the People. So can you tell us about the petition that you all have started? Because as we've discussed, right now we know that the military purposely goes and enlists in high numbers in poor communities, specifically Black and brown, right? And so I really appreciate the fact that you have called out the nonsense that until we really can protect our Black and brown brothers and sisters in the military from things such as sexual harassment and assault, they shouldn't be enlisting. So can you share a little bit more about that in the letter?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now what Vets for the People is focused on is ensuring that that this doesn't happen to anybody else. Not one more, ni una más. And like that is, it's a hashtag. It's a movement now, because we are pushing for no enlistments. And the justice, no solamente para Vanessa, but every single Vanessa Guillen that has spoken today, that has commented, that has watched this throughout the day. And sorry, my earbud fell out. I'm getting a little too passionate here. And so we work, you know, to get elected officials or elect certain officials to ensure that Fort Hood does not continue to let this happen. Our focus right now is shutting down Fort Hood, which is one of the demands of the family. And I'll tell you that there are people that are like, oh no, that's never going to happen. And that's, you know, a radical demand. Well, people thought that, you know, women voting was something radical, or that, you know, the Black community having rights was radical. And it's like, I don't care how radical you think it is. It has to happen. Mm-hmm. It has to happen. Just like what the Black Lives Matter movement has happened, that people have flooded the streets. Me and even my 14-year-old son have been out there. We flooded the streets. Guess what? That's what we need to do now. We need to come together. Like this whole thing that people trying to bring to get this issue of Black against brown. The race issue isn't Black against brown. The race issue is that when it's a person from a marginalized community, whether it be Black, brown, immigrant, LGBTQ, poor, or woman, then people are like, oh, you know, pero we know that it happens, and they try to minimize it. Just like Vanessa Guillen, like when I saw her story and I saw her mom cry, it affected me so much.
Same here.
Me duele el corazón porque, and I hope that she's listening, porque cuando yo la vi llorar, vi a mi mamá llorar. Cuando vi a sus hermanas llorar, vi a mis hermanas llorar. And mucha gente no está entendiendo, like I said before, a veces lo que da un inmigrante a este país son sus hijos. Y eso es lo que mi papá dio, y eso es lo que esta familia dio. Ellos dieron a su hija lo más precioso de su vida. And me, as a mother, you better believe that they cannot have my son until they fix this garbage. And if it takes more people like me to stand up. And if it takes for me having to run for office for this garbage to stop,
girl, yes,
girl,
yeah.
Take my hoops off and put my hair.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
So I love it. It's literally from one classy chingona to another. We see you have Frida Kahlo, of course, one of our OG chingonas in the background. And we're about to actually have Frida Hernandez joining us shortly, which is one of Vanessa's close friends. But to so many of us, she, just the way that Lupe and Myra Guillen, as well as Mama Guillen, have really become such an inspiration, right? Because they really have taken the baton, if you will, to fight for Vanessa and to fight for those in her shoes. So, Triste, I just want to thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it, and for sharing your story. You know, continue advocating, continue being out there and being a power of the people. I want to see you on a ballot somewhere. And we look forward to staying in touch with you. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, I want to just say something really quick with Vets for the People. You know, we're demanding Congress schedule a congressional delegation to Fort Hood with U.S. Latina advocates to join us. Anyone that's listening, text Fort Hood to 30403 to sign the pledge that we're working on. We want to make sure that we help push. We're focusing on one of the demands, which is to shut down Fort Hood in the name of Vanessa Guillen. And if anybody doesn't know, look at something that AOC posted when she stated that one of the guys that was walking alongside the congressman that accosted her, Fort Hood is in his district.
Yeah.
So now we know why he does not talk about sexual violence, military sexual trauma. So he better get it together, because we're going to find somebody to run against him.
I love it. I love it. And I do want to say this, because I do think it's important, is that while we do eventually, I do want to see Fort Hood shut down. Before we get there, I actually need to see legislation be passed, because what is important is if we shut it down before they're investigated, they get away with everything. So I do want to be very mindful and responsible. I'm all about transparency and really keeping us on point. That right now, what we really need to advocate for is the passing of this bill, calling our elected officials, really getting all on deck. That is what the family wants as well. And that's why they're going to Washington, D.C. to do this march and to make sure that they're introducing this legislation. And that when that is happening and we know that investigations are happening, then we can move on to some of these other things on the agenda. Because I also don't want to give them an escape, because they sure are very slippery with those loopholes to make sure that accountability is something that they don't have to be responsible for.
They'll just shut down and pop up somewhere else, do the same thing.
Yes, exactly. So thank you again so much, Triste, for being here with you. We really appreciate it.
Gracias.
Absolutely.
Great. So, bye. So, Karina, again, so inspired. I really hope she runs for office.
I do. I hope so. And it's crazy that you mentioned AOC, because when I hearing her, it reminds me of her most recent quote, which is, "My parents didn't raise me to accept no abuse from no man." I was like, yes, no, you know, so.
Yes, a big shout out to Edith, who's also joining us, which I really appreciate. And so I think also one of the other things that's important to notate, as we were saying earlier, we showed a different quote. There are so many brave men and women who have come forward using the hashtag #IamVanessaGuillen to really share their own personal stories. And again, while we would have loved to have all of them, we couldn't. But I did want to actually hold space for one very important survivor that we really, heard about earlier via Bree Hightower, which is her sister. I think it's so important, as we know, again, it depends on leadership. And in Bree's case, where she was actually able to, quote unquote, get success, which I still, I have a trouble with when you are still not getting the success, the justice that you deserve. Is that really success, right? But she at least had leadership that was backing her up. Unfortunately, when her sister was raped, she was not so lucky. And she did go down this path where they victim shame you, where they really abuse your mental health and continue to abuse you in that way, that it drove her sister to drive into oncoming traffic and unfortunately try to take her life. I'm very grateful that she was not successful and that has found resources to help her during this time. But I also am so grateful for her deciding to come forward to the best of her ability, because as much as she was triggered, she knew that her voice was important to share. So if we could actually show the quote, we would love to read it and really hold space for Deja Massey. "Once I filed my unrestricted report, there was a timer on my enlistment, whether I knew it or not." And that just hits home. We've been talking about, as Krista told us and so many others, Giovanni, of that difference between unrestricted and restricted, how in and of that move is a power play to find a way to shut you down. Karina, do you have thoughts?
I'm upset. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like trying to fight back tears. It's, you know, it gets to a point where, you know, and let's talk about that for a second. Like, as a woman, we can't cry because then it makes us look weak. I've been trying to hold back tears this whole, because I'm so, and that's what I'm telling you, my tears turn to fists real quick because I don't know what else to do with it. You know, it is so disgusting that one family had to deal with two of their daughters being sexually accosted, assaulted. One family, two daughters, two different stations in this nation. How does that happen?
That is the question, and that is the answer we're looking to seek with the passing of this legislation. Now, we do want to hold space. Karina, we'll see you again shortly. As I mentioned, we are blessed to have not just the family, but some of the other important people that knew Vanessa, who have really helped us shape the narrative of understanding who Vanessa was outside of uniform, which I think is just as important as who she was in uniform, because it really underscores the fact that Vanessa was a real human citizen, a person, right? I also think it underscores the fact that people jump to conclusions, as Sean so powerfully put in his poem to her earlier today. People are like, oh, she must be undocumented, that's why she joined. No, Vanessa was born in the United States. She was fighting for your country. So shame on you to want to try to find a way to actually shame the victim, who is now no longer even here to stand up for herself. And again, this just gets me so choked up and, like Karina, just so mad. However, I'm so blessed to really be inspired and refueled, if you will, by people such as our next guest. We just saw Frida Kahlo, the original OG Classy Chingona, on Trista's couch, and now we're going to meet Frida Hernandez. And then we'll have the other members of the family for Vanessa on, and some exciting updates from Natalie. So Frida, welcome to hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, the project.
Hello guys, thank you.
Oh, let's see. There you are. So Frida, my gosh, first and foremost, I said this to you during our first call. I bow down just the way that I bow down to your fellow queens, Myra and Lupe. What you all have done is without words, leaves me so speechless, in that you have really activated nuestra gente, nuestra comunidad, para saber que lo que le pasó a Vanessa nos puede pasar al quien sea, pero más importante, that we all have a bit of Vanessa inside of us, you know, and especially if we're Latina women. So I would love for you, Frida, for those at home who don't know, for you to explain who you are and how you know Vanessa and came to meet her.
Hello, everyone watching. Thank you for supporting the case. If you're new here, you know it's never too late to join the fight. I met Vanessa when I was 14 years old. So we met by soccer. I previously had met her sister, one of her sisters, Giovanna, and I do have the pleasure of knowing the four sisters and Gloria, so I know every corner of Vanessa's heart. I found out she was missing 2 days after April 22nd, the 24th, and ever since then, you know, I started trying to mobilize the internet, making the Facebook page, emailing, and just texting all of the news I could. Honestly, it was really hard at first, and it's unfortunate that things had to end this way, but you know, my friends and I, we started going to Port Head every Friday nonstop. We're only teenagers really, and you know, just trying to get the word out. Took a while, but you know, if anything, I know Vanessa. She was like the strongest person ever, the most committed person ever. We would get out of school at 3, and I was barely walking out to the field house, and she was already doing her warm-up laps. So that just says a lot about Vanessa, and she always, you know, tried to help every time I was injured. She was there like, oh, I know the injury prevention. Like, she showed me, and she was there all the time. So this just makes us feel more motivated.
Yes, I think that's so fantastic. You know, I believe you saw our tribute video that we did, and one of the things that inspired us was looking for those photos of her that you all have so beautifully shared. And that was a story that really got my heart, is that the fact that she was just so dedicated to being an athlete. Lupe shared with us earlier the way that they would spend the day together, and they were over there jumping fences, and they were, working out and having fun, that she made time for her family and her friends. And you see that she also made time, I want to celebrate the queen that she was. She also made time to put on her lashes, look super fierce with her makeup and her hoops, like being a Latina, a true classy chingona. And that just makes me so happy, because it just shows, even when she had, her uniform on, she took pride in her part. She took pride in the way she dressed and she presented herself. And so it really goes to underscore how well raised she was by both her mother and her father. I'm so moved and touched that since she returned to Texas, she would drive regardless of the distance every single weekend, like a good Latina daughter, if you will, to make sure that she was holding space. Que esa es una bendición, right? So many of us would love to be able to do that. And the way that Myra was even sharing earlier, how, they would have great times. I saw so many videos of them from Snapchat as well, and being out, and you could just tell that family was so important. And you could also tell that regardless of what she was going, I saw a few videos as we started seeing her in service where she's checking in and stuff, that even if she was going through things, she always wanted to have a smile. And so, I'm going to get emotional here too, but I don't think I'll ever look at a sunflower the same way. That's one of my favorite flowers, as I shared with you and those watching earlier. I too am a survivor of sexual assault and child molestation. And, my whole mantra in life is to really look at the world through love-filled eyes. And no matter what, always find the hope and find the light. And I have to tell you, Frida, in this situation, you, Lupe, and Myra, and Mama Guillen have been that light for me. So I commend you. I commend you, and I want everyone to hear it from your voice. How would you like to see justice be had for Vanessa?
Well, in reality, the way I look at it, unfortunately, things did have to end this way, and it hurts all of us. But this needs to stop. So if we want to make America great again, we have to start with our troops, because they're the ones, signing their life away. But in reality, women like Vanessa and men who are going through this shouldn't. So we need to start by passing the I Am Vanessa Guillen bill, which is going to allow a third agency to get involved in these files for sexual assault and harassment. Honestly, I did not know any of this even existed in the military, and Vanessa's case really brought this to light for pretty much everyone, because I saw the Army as just a way of like improving yourself, your lifestyle, but this isn't the way it ended for Vanessa and many other soldiers who I'm now like hearing of. And I'm just really looking forward for President Trump to actually, pass this bill for Congress and senators just to take action, because we need to start here. Vanessa never deserved any of this in the first place, or any of the soldiers that, were previously here in the show. And it's just really frustrating to me, because women, especially like the heart Vanessa had, doesn't deserve any of this.
I completely agree with you. And I think that you also bring up a very important part, which is that this bill is being introduced to the person that we currently have in office, which is President Trump. And regardless of what side of the political spectrum you land on, what we really need to focus on is that is what is currently in our leadership. And we need to start moving that needle. And this cannot wait any longer, right? And so I appreciate that this administration is holding space, and I hope that it is more than just a photo op. I hope that there is real action behind it. But what makes me confident is having you, the family, and Natalie, and the rest of America who's really become Vanessa's army. I feel that that's the one thing about Latinas that people don't know. Si me quieren ver chingona, me voy a también poner cabrona if you don't give me what we know is right. And so this is something that I also think is an awakening for America to understand that, we have been, quote unquote, the sleeping giant for decades now. But our people right now are heroes in so many ways. Our farm workers, much like Triste's parents and Triste herself, are on the front lines as agricultural workers, as farm workers, out there as, grocery workers. And they're really, during this time, during this pandemic, have really been there and have stepped up, even when we haven't even given them what they need to, to protect themselves. And so much in this way, I know that nosotros, cuando nos ponemos en una lucha, we don't stop, right? So in seeing that, I would encourage everybody to keep following the hashtag I Am Vanessa Guillen. Also follow the hashtag I Am Vanessa Guillen Bill. And then again, if you want to see so many of today's stories, if you want to record them and share them, you can use the hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, the project. We have, as I mentioned, the petition in the comments for you to sign. The goal is for us to help get the family to 1 million signatures. And also, if you can get out to Washington, D.C. next week. So, Frida, can you tell them a little bit about the march and why it's important for people to show up?
So like I said earlier, it is never too late to join the fight. You know, this could be my daughter, your niece in the future. So it is important that we take action now and we take it the right way. And which is why we're going to start by introducing the bill. Thank you to Natalie. The hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen bill is going to just make a third party to protect any of this from happening ever again, because it is really painful. So just make sure to keep following the social media pages and try to join us. We know that pandemic is happening, but like Lupe has said before, there are many worse things such as racism, sexism, sexual harassment, and losing lives in the military.
Yeah, that is super important. Now, speaking about Lupe and Myra, we'd love to welcome them back. They were with us earlier in the show. So, Lupe and Myra, por favor, si pueden estar aquí con nosotros. A ver, aquí estamos. Hello there, ladies. Hi. So I know it's been a busy day, and I want to again thank your mother. I know that she is getting some rest now. So please do thank her. Every single person that has been commenting today, as well as those survivors we've had on, have been so moved by your mother's words, as they have been by the words that you two have spoken, and continue to share their sentiments of not just wanting to be there in DC in person, but estando en la lucha. So I really wanted to give the space, as Frida was talking to us a little bit about this march next week. We do have the new GoFundMe that we're about to drop again in the comments. And as I was sharing with the audience, that GoFundMe is important because we know that a lot of people have been donating to the Personal Family Fund, which we appreciate. So before we switch over to the other one, Myra, can you give an update on the Personal Family one? Do you want people to still donate to that one? Where are we at?
Everything that everyone.
Oh, your
has
audio,
done.
Mama. Let's see.
Okay,
There you
there. Okay, yeah. So far, everything that everyone has done for us and given us has been great. It's been helping us a lot. As you know, no one in my family is working right now because we have to stay close and we have to keep an eye on each other. And as of right now, we're in an okay position. But of course, we don't mind receiving help. But again, the priority right now is DC. So we want to prioritize that. And then, as time passes by, we'll see where this takes us, because it's been a long fight. It's been 3 months, a little bit over now. And, we're not going to stop until we get justice.
Yes, I think that's super important. Thank you, Myra, so much for sharing that. So I just shared the link once again in the comments. And again, I want you all to understand, those of you who are watching at home, there is a lot of cost to putting a march together. You can't just show up. You have to get permits and a stage and have someone to have insurance and really track that path. And so again, I think everyone forgets that Myra and Lupe and her sister, and I mean her whole family, first of all, they're still grieving. They have a lot going on. They live in Texas, but also they're young. You both are young and yet wise souls for your age, which is, I think, super powerful. But it's okay to take help. So I admire that, because I wouldn't know in DC how to do that, right? So that is what is important to thrive. So even if you just have a few dollars to donate, like I said, I just dropped that link again. We would appreciate it. The goal is to get to $100,000 for that money to cover everything for the march, and then also to help supply resources to other survivors that have come forward using that hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen, looking for help with their cases. Natalie, as you all know, has been doing it pro bono for free, and so they'd love to be able to give resources to those people and not have to in any way take away from what's been raised for the family. So this is something that's independent on its own. So when you are giving that, I wanted you to hear it straight from Myra and Lupe and Frida, that this is one that you can donate, that is official, that is actually going in the right place. So thank you for all that. Now, Lupe, I know today has been a long day, and I want to thank you again for sharing your words, sharing your quotes. We've heard from so many people that have been showing support for you and your family, and of course, most of all, for your sister. So for those that might just be joining us, I wanted them to also hear, do you remember the last conversation that you had with Vanessa, and can you share with that a little bit with us?
The last conversation I had with Vanessa was the Sunday of April 22nd. That was the week she went missing, the Sunday. You know how every Friday she used to come to Houston?
Mm-hmm.
She used to leave Sunday. And the last conversation was around 7 in the night. I was just telling her to be safe, and I mean that's what we always tell each other, and that hopefully I can see her again Friday and to do her makeup so she can go out with her boyfriend to eat. And we just gave a slap in the back, and that's it. That was the last conversation I had with her.
I love it. Now, I feel like that is super important because, again, and I know he's been silent. I know that he's doing his own grieving. I'm sure you all have been in touch with him. But what I love is that Vanessa continued to figure out ways how to balance it all, how to be responsible, how to be there with her family, how to talk to you. And it pains me that that was the last time you heard from her, but it also gives me some type of blessing in my heart that you were amongst those that were the last ones. I think we might have lost Frida with the internet, but hopefully she joins us. But in being that, knowing that, Myra, can you also share the last time that you heard from Vanessa? I think it's important for people to understand just how connected she was to each of you. And we'll have Frida join us, whose internet came back on. Thank you.
Yeah, so the last time that I saw her was, again, the same Sunday, the weekend before she went missing. And the last thing that, as usual, I always tell her before hitting the road is be careful. And she always usually tells me, you already know. And she did bring me a Whataburger because I hadn't ate all day. And because I'm usually working almost every single day. And she did bring me food. And I had just gotten out the shower, so we could only talk for a couple minutes before she left. But I got to see her, and we weren't so girly, I guess you could say. But it's usually like a handshake or something that we have. We don't really hug each other. It's just something like, unless it's something super emotional. But yeah, at that time I was able to give her a side hug for some reason, and she just left.
I love that. Now, I do see a lot of racing bibs behind you. Are those Vanessa's by chance?
Yes, I did. We did the wall for her whenever she got her check, and we decided to do like something. So when she would come back and see it, she would be like, "Oh, like you guys were thinking of me while I was gone."
I love that. If we could do a close up again, I just would love for people at home to see that because she is. There you go. Thank you so much, Myra, for taking us over there. Because I think, again, this underscores what Frida has said, what so many people have said. You know, she was an athlete through and through. She did, wow, U.S. Army. Look at all those awards. She was a hero for not only standing up for our country and for those in our community, but she was a guerrera through and through. And one thing that we've talked about, she got the track award too. Wow. Mm-hmm. She was an all-star from the jump. So that to me is just something that really underscores what a champion she was. I'm so sorry, but I just really want to emphasize this, as I mentioned to you, and I thank you so much for welcoming us into your home when we came to you with this project. We really wanted people at home to get to know Vanessa, and you really have blessed us with that in your own way, using social, but also holding space to everyone that's here from the Find Vanessa Guillen page. We appreciate you. Please keep sharing this broadcast. You've heard from over 11 different survivors today, 6 different, male allies, 2 experts, 2 spoken word artists. This is definitely a problem in our country. It's a blind spot that is no longer blind. And this is a marathon. If you remember the tribute video that we made, that was exactly what we did. And we wanted this to be a call. So Myra, if you want to come back on camera, the call was us picking the baton for your sister, for your loved one, that you passed to us and that she passed to us the day that she went missing. And I want to apologize on behalf of our country for failing Vanessa Guillen. But I also want to thank our country for giving us the guerreras that are Myra Guillen, Lupe Guillen, Frida Hernandez, Mama Guillen, which that to me is just such a blessing. Gloria Guillen, and of course your father, Rogelio Guillen. I think there's something to be said for that, because as we all pick up the baton and really share with everybody who she is, I hope that everybody stays laced up. I hope that everyone is ready to show up in DC. And before we leave, I would love to show the tribute video in case that people didn't get to see it here at the beginning. And we would love to know your thoughts as well. So Aaron, who we want to thank for being an amazing tech director, if we can play that tribute video for everyone before we wrap, we would appreciate it. It's getting loaded.
I will carry you right through the storm. When there's nowhere left to turn or where to go, just know that I'll be here, you're not alone. I'll guide you, I'll find you. I will carry you, I will lift you up, I will be the light that's guiding you, that shines for you. I will hold you, that's guiding you.
So ladies, I really do hope on behalf of Karina Luna, Zuleyka Silver, Jess Meza, and myself, I really hope that our gift to you to pick up this baton as we continue to stay laced up in this race and marathon for justice for your loved one made you proud. We would love to hear what you think and what you would like to share in your final words with the audience at home. Myra, let's start with you.
Right. So when I first saw the video, of course, it brought me a lot of emotion. And for me, myself, it's really hard to cry. Like I don't like to cry. And that video did make me tear up a lot. And I want to thank you guys for taking a step forward and helping us with all of this. It means a lot to us.
Thank you so much. Lupe?
When I saw the video, it like brought me to tears because it's like you never met Vanessa, and we're from Texas, and you're like all the way to California. It shows that a lot of people have been touched by Vanessa's story, and it touches me as well because you're helping us in many ways, and the people that are watching right now are helping us. And me personally, I write poems, and I was here the whole 3 hours watching, and I saw the guy making a poem. He was making a piece for Vanessa, and I just wrote a piece for Vanessa. I don't know if I can read it out loud.
Yes, of course, Mama, yes.
It says, looking around for help, yet people see me as a joke. I go back, B-A-C-K, back. I go back, just lay down. I go back and just stay silent. I go back because people say, be quiet, you look prettier that way. I go back because no one listens. I go back because my sister and brotherhood do not care. I go back because no one cares. No one cares because there hasn't been change. That's why I'm not here. I told people I was going on, but I did not tell others because I felt ashamed, even though the shame was the aggressor. I was achieving and succeeding. It was my time to dream, and yet they stole my dreams, stole my innocence, stole my life. My life was taken away, my life destroyed, many hearts, but my life is in a better place, and that place is called heaven. I'm not only a soldier, but to the army, I'm just a number, an object. I'm a human being just like everyone else. I am a daughter, a sister, a friend, a teammate, a girlfriend, a grandchild, a warrior, a life. I am Vanessa Guillen. This is Lupe Guillen, your sister, your loved one, your voice. And when the world is sleeping, I am the one thinking of you. And hopefully you're thinking of me. Because God gave a beautiful angel, and that angel is Vanessa Guillen.
Hi, Lupe, the power that you have, Mama. Your words are so piercing. Vanessa is in you. I see her. I see you. I see you in Myra, you know, from getting to know her. And I thank you and I thank your parents because she really trained you so well to be a warrior in this fight. Frida, before we leave, do you have any closing words? I know that's a tough act to follow.
Honestly, it's something I can't really believe yet. And just the fact that Luke is only 16 and Vanessa has 5 other siblings just breaks my heart. But this is when we all need to take action and pay attention to what really matters, because Vanessa's life matters. The other soldiers that are currently enlisted in the army and are probably going through this and afraid to speak matter too. So show up to the marches, contact your representatives, the president, push social media around, and show up to the march. We need the hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen bill passed.
Fantastic. So with that, I'm going to give the final word to my co-host for some closing words. Just Meza, let's start with you.
I just want to thank all of you, Lupe, Myra, Frida, for just coming on and having the bravery to be here. I know this is a very difficult and sensitive subject, losing someone so close to you. I just thank you for your strength. Your mother reminds me so much of mine, and it really just choked me up seeing her and seeing the way that she spoke about Vanessa. And I just want you to know that this isn't something that's a one-time thing for us. I really, really, in my heart, when I heard Vanessa's story, it broke my heart, because like I told you guys when we spoke to you earlier, I felt like she was my sister, you know? And I think that this is what we as a people are feeling, like Vanessa is our sister. And that's what we have to do for our family. We stand up for each other. We have each other's back, and we don't stop fighting until we get justice. And so I want you to know that that's what we're going to do collectively, individually, is we're going to unite. We're going to power our voices, and we're going to stand up and continue to fight for justice for Vanessa, but also for anyone else that's ever in that position again. So I just want to thank you for coming on and for your bravery and for allowing us to be a part of this with you.
Fantastic. So Z, I'm going to pass the baton to you, and you can then pass it to Karina.
I mean, I just want to say that I am just beyond honored to even be part of just the space today. And I promise you, Lupe and Myra, that I will continue to use my voice. And I hope that everyone that's watching just finds it in their heart. If what you saw today did not motivate you to be part of this movement, to be part of the fight, then you are also part of the problem. It's like, we have so much work to do, and we've just started. And I'm just so overwhelmed with emotion and with all the stories. And I just can't believe that this is the world we live in. I can't believe that someone has to enlist and dodge bombs in order to get healthcare, which is what one of our survivors had shared. She said something along those lines in the pre-interviews. And it's like, why is that the world we live in? So there's a lot of work to be done. And I promise you that I will continue. Like Jess said, this is not a one-day thing. This is not a one-time thing for us. I will continue to share with everyone that will listen to me this story and just do my part, whatever I can, to support you, your family, Vanessa's case, and everyone that has walked in her shoes and has experienced something. So thank you so much. Lupe, your poem was so beautiful, it's so powerful. And like you said, we can all relate to Vanessa. You know, she's so special. And the fact that I've never been in the military, I'm not in Texas, but yet I am a woman, like Karina had said. We just have so much work to do. I'm just overwhelmed with emotion, and I'm driven, and I'm motivated, and I'm ready to keep fighting. And I hope everyone that is watching feels the same way. Thank you so much.
And Karina.
I'm still finding the words, you know. mis mujercitas, mis guerreras, you girls should never have had to be in this position at such a young age. But like I said, this is just the way it needed to be, you know? And so, like my co-hosts and my friends said, you know, we're here for it. Para la batalla, para todo. And I've always said this, and I firmly believe this in every fiber of my being, every day of my life. I live this. We are all we got. And if we do this thing right, we're all we need. And that's why I stand with you. And not just with you, but everybody else who's also suffered injustices like this, because I'm a woman in this country. When someone says, don't get political, I don't want to get political. That's not for me. We're American citizens. It's part of our reality. We got to get political so we can get justice. So please send your mother my warmest regards. Un abrazo grandotísimo para ella. Mucha fuerza para ella también. Y para ustedes, mujercitas, it's going to be a long battle. If you guys ever need to lean on somebody, just know that you're not alone. You can lean on people who are happily ready to support you.
Thank you. And last but not least, I would love to share not only how much you have each inspired me, Lupe, Frida, Myra, your mom, but also just as importantly, I want to thank you for trusting me when I came forward to you with this project to be involved, and for trusting the team. I couldn't have asked for a better team of women to really do this with. I also want to thank mitu for allowing us to, you know, share their platform. And also you, Myra and Lupe, and also Frida for allowing us to share this on the fine Vanessa Guillen platform. Because as we said, and exactly what Karina said, is that we've got, right? And what I shared in my quote was that it shouldn't just be just us, the people, fighting for justice. But until we actually have our elected officials and those in power behind us fighting, you better believe we're going to stay strapped up, we're going to stay united, and we're going to be marching. Not just next week, but every single day, online and offline, until we see the change. So with that, I want to remind everyone one last time to make sure that if you can, if you're in the Washington, D.C. area, if you can get there by bus, by train, safely by plane, we understand that COVID is happening, but if you can do it, we would appreciate it, to definitely support the march. If you can't be there, then you can be there virtually by actually donating to the march itself. We have the links in the comments, the GoFundMe. And of course, if you haven't already signed the petition, I invite you to sign the petition. And on top of that, share it with a friend. Share it with two, your comadre, your stranger, your neighbor. This is something that impacts all of us. And I really hope that there was at least one nugget today that you take, that made you learn, that helped you grow, that was there to help you heal, that inspired you to stay loud, to stay proud, and to stay motivated. And for that, I'm going to ask my fellow guerreras in arms to raise our baton, because we're officially passing this baton back to you. A big shout out also to Aaron, to my company, Work From Home Network TV, for allowing us to produce this. We killed it. But again, it's not a one and done. You will hear from us again, because we will continue to be here for Vanessa. And we thank you all for watching and tuning in. And we'll see you next time. So Vanessa Guillen, te vemos en el cielo. Rezamos por ti, te queremos, y la lucha sigue.
I will carry you right through the storm. When there's nowhere left to turn or where to go, just know that I'll be here, you're not alone. I'll guide you, I'll find you. No one said to do this on your own. 1,000 miles, a million steps to go, but I'll be by your side right through it all. I'll run to you, and I'll hold you when you feel lost. Just know you're not alone. I will lift your burden, I will guide